Good morning, everyone. I call this session of the Public Service Commission to order. Madam Secretary, are there any changes to the final agenda?
There are no changes to the final agenda.
Thank you. Before moving to the agenda, I'd like to conduct a roll call of commissioners. When I call your name, please confirm that you are present. Commissioner Diane Berman.
Present.
Commissioner James Alisi.
Present.
Commissioner Tracy Edwards.
Present.
Commissioner John Howard.
Here.
Commissioner Dave Oleski.
Here.
Commissioner John Majori.
Present.
Thank you. Everyone is in attendance. We'll now move to the first item on the regular agenda, item 203, case 18-M-0084, related to energy efficiency and building electrification proposals. It'll be presented today by Katie Maman and Peggy Neville. Kevin Manns and Dave Drexler are available for questions. Katie, please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Christian and Commissioners. Item 203 is a draft order directing proposals for energy efficiency and building electrification portfolios. Before addressing the details of this draft order, I'd like to first refamiliarize you with the process in which we are currently engaged. In September of 2022, the Commission issued an order that initiated an interim review of the NYSERDA Clean Energy Fund, also referred to as the CEF, and the Utility New Efficiency New York portfolios, and indicated the reviews would be staged, beginning with the Energy Efficiency and Building Electrification, or EEBE, portfolios. As required by that order, a staff report on the EEBE portfolios was filed in December of 2022 and contained portfolio performance to date, staff observations, and a series of questions to solicit feedback from stakeholders. At the end of March of this year, the Commission received a significant number of comments from a wide range of stakeholders, providing feedback on the staff report and the questions posed within it. The draft order before you today considers the staff report and the substantial public input filed in response and addresses the development of future EEBE portfolios with several key actions. Specifically, this draft order adopts a strategic framework which is intended to better align program offerings with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or CLCPA, by focusing EEBE activities on building decarbonization and ensuring an emphasis on delivering benefits to disadvantaged communities. It establishes clear roles for the utilities and NYSERDA, collectively referred to as program administrators, to play within portfolios, and also delineates the responsibilities of utilities versus NYSERDA in delivering the statewide LMI portfolios to address some performance issues highlighted in the staff report. The draft order indicates the Commission will not consider any newly filed or submitted EEBE-related earnings adjustment mechanisms, or EAMs. It imposes and operationalizes the CLCPA goal to ensure a minimum of 35% and a goal of 40% of benefits to disadvantaged communities as a result of the EEBE portfolio. It directs program administrators to file proposals for post-2025 EEBE portfolios within 90 days of the issuance of this order. And finally, the draft order provides additional policy guidance and direction related to the design and operation of the EEBE programs. As noted in the staff report and reiterated by a number of commenters, the current programs rely heavily on lighting measures. And while such programs were extremely effective in transforming the lighting market, at this point, particularly with changes to the federal lighting standards, it is time to shift away from lighting-centered programming and towards other types of measures that can support building decarbonization. To facilitate this shift, this draft order adopts a framework that institutes a structure whereby programs and measures can be categorized into three separate types: strategic, non-strategic, and neutral. Strategic programs and measures are those that support building decarbonization, including heating electrification or heat pumps, and building envelope improvements. Within this framework, strategic measures must account for at least 85% of a program administrator's budget. Non-strategic programs and measures include those that, among other things, jeopardize the advancement of strategic programs and measures, increase fossil fuel or energy usage, have relatively short lives, or are naturally occurring and do not require ratepayer funding to influence adoption. Program administrators may not allocate any funding toward the non-strategic category except under special circumstances for LMI programs where a program administrator can demonstrate that a measure would meaningfully advance energy affordability. Finally, neutral programs and measures are exactly that. They neither advance nor jeopardize strategic programs or measures, but they do result in overall reduction in annual energy use. Neutral measures may account for up to 15% of a program administrator's budget. The framework set forth in the draft order is expected to compel program administrators to evolve their portfolios away from lighting and toward the measures and programs that better align with the intent of the CLCPA and best position us to achieve the state's ambitious clean energy goals. In an effort to ensure efficient use of ratepayer funds and eliminate market confusion and program competition, this draft order sets forth specific roles and responsibilities for NYSERDA and the utilities to further take advantage of their relative strengths. To improve the services provided to low to moderate income households, the draft order adjusts and streamlines the current administrative model, which the staff report indicated creates a misalignment between the design and desired outcomes, administrative delays, and a comprehensive LMI portfolio that has struggled to take hold. Under the new LMI implementation model, NYSERDA will have the primary responsibility for serving 1 to 4 family homes across the state and multifamily buildings upstate. The draft order would require utilities, due to their direct access to customers, to work with NYSERDA to effectively address referrals and customer outreach. In the downstate territories, NYSERDA, Con Edison, and the Keyspan companies will work alongside one another, playing to each entity's strength to serve the affordable multifamily building segment. The draft order requires the affected organizations to further detail this coexistence within their forthcoming proposals. This new model positions NYSERDA to integrate the federal funding authorized under the Inflation Reduction Act, which is largely targeted toward the LMI sector, into the ratepayer-funded EEBE programs. As pertains to the non-LMI portfolio roles, at the outset of the CEF, the Commission directed NYSERDA to shift its focus from end-user incentive programs to those we consider market development, or activities that address some of the other non-financial barriers to energy efficiency and building electrification. In this draft order, the Commission provides further direction and focus by assigning NYSERDA the responsibility for statewide efforts targeting workforce development, codes and standards, technical assistance and audits, purposeful demonstration projects, and customer awareness. Utilities, on the other hand, will focus on end-user incentive-based programs, including New York State Clean Heat and building shell programs. In addition, utilities are also expected to leverage their unique ability to ensure the state electrifies effectively by incorporating their insight into grid needs and gas planning as they design and implement their EEBE program activities. Regarding EAMs, the draft order before you today would pause any future consideration of energy efficiency and building electrification EAMs included in rate proceedings or joint proposals filed after the issuance of the order. This pause allows us to better understand what the budgets and targets for the energy efficiency and building electrification portfolios will look like beyond 2025 and reconsider the design of and need for EAMs as we move forward. The draft order does reinforce the need to hold all program administrators accountable for performance, but provides staff and the Commission time to determine whether positive-only EAMs or EAMs in general are the most effective way to do so. The draft order also recognizes deliberation on these topics is best undertaken once there is a better understanding of the post-2025 EEBE portfolios, and indicates these EAMs will be considered generically rather than individually within each utility's rate proceeding. Due to the scale of the effort required to achieve the state's ambitious clean energy and decarbonization goals, the draft order recognizes ratepayers cannot be wholly responsible for funding those efforts. The draft order, therefore, adopts a budget-bounded approach whereby utilities and NYSERDA will file proposals totaling $1 billion per year for the post-2025 period. The draft order speaks explicitly about the need for program administrators to pursue all federal funding and to demonstrate such in their proposals. It also references the recent creation of a cap and invest program and states that the commission intends to initiate a process once more details are available to consider how, when, and to what degree ratepayer funding for these EEBE programs should wind down if federal funding from cap and invest proceeds becomes available. Within 90 days of the issuance of this order, NYSERDA and the utilities will be required to submit proposals detailing their proposed EEBE portfolios responsive to the strategic framework and other policy guidance set forth by the Commission. The program administrators will also be required to hold one or more technical conferences to present their proposals to interested parties. The proposals will undergo a public comment process and then be brought back before the Commission for consideration. Taken as a whole, the actions included in the draft order before you will ensure a necessary evolution and focus of the energy efficiency and building electrification portfolios that will more closely align our programs with the core objectives of the CLCPA. That completes my presentation. Peggy, Kevin, Dave, and I are available to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you for the presentation and for all the hard work that went into drafting this order. It's a complex order, and it deals with a very important forward-looking issue of how we're going to be managing energy efficiency and electrification going forward. I look at the improvements that you've identified to this, and I think it puts us in a very good position through the established framework to look towards the future with the goal of aligning our energy efficiency and building electrification efforts with the various ambitions established by state climate policy goals. Now, today's actions establishes this framework where we can streamline and scale program delivery, better aligning our current efforts by moving away from what we previously looked at as individual utility level goals towards a focus on more statewide outcomes. And I think the timing couldn't be better, as you pointed out. The ability to integrate the federal funding that will soon be available through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, I think, puts us in a very fortuitous position both to amplify and accelerate our efforts and making these adjustments today position just to take full advantage of this funding. So it's encouraging to see this. I'm happy to see this. I'm looking forward to what we'll receive in the next 90 days from the utilities and NYSERDA. And I want to amplify this. When we receive those proposals, it will be subject to further commission review, at which time we'll decide upon those proposals and the direction going forward. So thank you again. And now we'll go to Commissioner Berman.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation and clearly all the hard work that has gone into to get us where we are today. For me, it is kind of about looking at where we've been, where we are, and where we're going, and how does this all fit within the larger path forward in our energy initiatives, especially as they relate to improving system reliability, ensuring the grid is safe, and also affordability baked in with our clean energy goals. Historically, energy efficiency has been considered an important go-to. And I think that continues today, and I think it continues on the path forward. We know that all that we can do on energy efficiency in a prudent and responsible way will help us as a whole. And I don't think that's in dispute. We started with the system benefit charge, and then it morphed into the EEPS, Energy Efficiency Portfolio Standard, which had a number of different phases, some okay, some pretty bad, and some need for system improvement, program improvement. And, for me, the lessons from EEPS really resound with me, because it's important for us to remember that history, because that history was a lot of good faith attempts to try to do something well in energy efficiency. And while there were some successes, there were a lot of missteps and lack of coordination and lack of ability to, once we were in the program, to extricate from it, to make changes that were necessary, and to do it in a way that had us all moving forward. That then led into REV and some of the changes with energy efficiency, in particular, the inclusion of a number of different EAMs. We had ETIPS, which I hated. I think everyone knows that. I think most people would probably agree with me. And then it morphed into NE and Y. And CEF also became a part of that. And then we're now here, I guess the acronym is EEBE, right? Or we should be BEE, it should be backwards, but that's just me. I do think that what is really important is that the consistency in being willing to look at continuous improvement and understanding the importance of the lessons from that. The balance is always hard. How prescriptive is important, how specific, how, that took us down the rabbit hole with EEPS, where, every dot was all about sort of the paper transactions, right? And reporting. But it also is then about allowing us to be flexible, but to have the right evaluation and performance metrics and the right accountability to see if the dollars that are being utilized and the activities that are being encouraged are actually helping us move forward. And so looking now at sort of another framework is important to make sure that as we move forward, we are mindful of some of the missteps. And again, keeping in mind, it's really hard in this area of energy efficiency to know exactly what works, the carrot, the stick, the particular activities that may be helpful for one customer, one community, can be very different in another area. It can't be just done in isolation. What it looks like in terms of doing an energy efficiency upgrade, is it actually working if you're not addressing other core things that are necessary that help with that. And then, the focus of targets. We had the 15 by 15 years ago, we've had other targets. And so understanding that targets are helpful, but also that it's not just about trying to meet the target. There are going to be opportunities and challenges that will require us to have to pivot, will require us to look and carefully evaluate. Each utility will be a little different. For some energy efficiency activities, it may be harder to do, even if it looks on paper like the same thing. So having to recognize that there may be more dollars that need to go into something to have a longer term success, and also understanding that the challenges of meeting some of these targets, especially in perhaps gas energy efficiency, are going to be monumental. And that doesn't mean that if they don't meet them, or if there needs to be some sort of recognition of that it's a fail. It just needs to be strategic in terms of looking at that. For me, I think some of the things that have been true throughout all of the different reiterations of energy efficiency has been about roles and responsibilities, looking at how to maximize private investment and the marketplace in a way that helps with whatever state funding may be available. Looking at, again, accountability and oversight, and looking at what is the access necessary in terms of some data points to be able to do that properly and evaluate properly. The interim review, which I think is a really important one, is just one step in a lot of our tools in review of our clean energy plan. We're started with BEE. Sorry, I'm just going to make it BEE. And so we're kind of here now. I will point out that we do have difficulty in evaluating programs in isolation of the larger whole. And that for us, one of the things that is challenging is that costs for much of, and we will get into that in the tracker, but costs for much of the CLCPA and other mandates have not necessarily been clearly identified and articulated. And so here, when we are looking at what does this mean, what dollars should be spent in the path forward, it's hard to evaluate what that right pressure point is, what that right dollar amount is, because we can throw a lot of money at a lot of things and still not touch it. And so we are going to have to be prudent and responsible in looking at all of the different programs and where we are going to need to have a little bit of balance, perhaps retract some of that funding, and also kind of look at the transition with that. I want to point out a few things that I think that staff is grappling with, or at least me reviewing it sees, and want to make sure that I clearly support you, but also clearly identify what I think is perhaps challenge. Throughout all of our energy efficiency programs and frameworks, starting with SBC, but also EEPS primarily, and then REV, there were many different working groups, committees, councils, advisory folks, all with good intentions working together. Sometimes it worked well, sometimes it didn't. It's clear here that staff has identified a process improvement with the LMI management committee. Katie, I went through the different summaries of the different meetings and kind of overview that is online that showcased to me the incredible efforts, the incredible professionalism, the incredible trying to get everyone to row the same way, and figuring out, something needed to change. It may not get easier, even though we're trying a different approach. And in fact, it is not lost on me that staff wears many hats, including the oversight of NYSERDA. And it's hard to now take what I see is you're stepping up, you're wanting to take an appropriate leadership role in that collaboration. I do think that we will need to have some check-in points earlier rather than later to make sure that it is seeming to be working well. What are some of the outside and inside problems that are presenting, and how can we how can we figure it out? That is not to say that everyone should come to that that working group, council, management committee, saying, "Yep, we're all in, all good," right? I think there needs to be a healthy debate and discussion and pushback as appropriate, because we can't be dictating from on high some of the different things, and especially to the utilities who have to work with their customers on a lot of this. It is about them knowing their customers and the engagement with that. So the opportunity for NYSERDA to have a larger role in a different way is an important one. NYSERDA needs to get it right. For us, and for what I'm going to be looking for, is in the proposals that come back from all the program administrators, utilities, as well as NYSERDA, is a clear understanding of what they see as that it's not just about what you plan on doing, but about how you think the collaboration works. People should be very comfortable in sharing their concerns. People should be very comfortable in sharing where they think they have expertise, where they don't, where there will need to be some other folks support. Staff needs to not be drowning in the work. You need to speak up. So to me, I'm comfortable with giving NYSERDA a different role, but I'm going to be looking at what's presented to really see that they understand the expectations. And that's coming back to us for approval on. And it needs to be sufficient and detailed enough so that we can clearly see where some of the challenges may be. The order does sort of identify not only that this is a forward-looking post-2025 focus, but it identifies that there needs to be an alignment with the federal funding as well as the still unclear Cap and Invest program. I think the order is diplomatic in addressing that. We should be less diplomatic. To the extent that NYSERDA is identified as the state lead on a lot of these federal funding dollars that will impact what we do, it's appropriate that NYSERDA has this larger role. However, we cannot be blindsided or kept out of the loop and especially staff, in being involved in the decision-making that ultimately impacts us as economic regulators and the monies that are there. We need to make sure that the alignment is done sufficiently that we feel comfortable it is prudent and we are doing and responsible. To the extent that we already have indicated publicly that we care about what the utilities are doing on federal funding. Most of the utilities, large utilities, have filed documents indicating what they're doing. Federal funding it's not as clear. There's going to be many different ups and downs with that, many different changes. We need to help everybody working together to access the funding. But we also need to be looking at what does that mean so that we don't keep just saying, okay, great, you got that, and we're going to continue collecting from ratepayers. There is a recognition that if there are monies through the Cap and Invest, that somehow that perhaps can, help us alleviate the rate pressure here across the board. I worry that that will never happen. I think that the diplomacy and the order needs to be a lot clearer in that we need to figure out the off-ramp in a way that's much more mindful of the upward rate pressures that keep happening. In fact, I believe this order for the first time ever has identified expressly that ratepayers cannot continue to bear the brunt of this. You say it much better than I do, but I'm just cutting to the chase. That is something that us as individual commissioners, for the most part, have said publicly, but it is the first time it is actually in an order. It's larger than the energy efficiency or the B energy efficiency. It is really for us to now go beyond just the words, but to try to plan out what that looks like without putting at risk reliability, safety, and also ensuring that there's the financial health of our utilities is still sound, because that helps the customers. We need to be understanding that there is a continued well-meaning focus on increasing our clean energy mandates in a way that seems to have direct and indirect economic impact for the ratepayers. So it is not lost on me that here we're saying ratepayers can't continue to bear the brunt of all of this. But what if there's more legislation that gets signed that we have to deal with? I think that for us, it's important to help sort of set the stage that us as a commission body has an obligation to look at all of our statutory and regulatory obligations and ensure that we are setting the right roadmap and that we are not continually in a defensive position. And I think that it's important to me that the order, and I think every order should continue with that and help to build upon that. What does that look like? Because we're going to need to be creative in how to implement current legislation and perhaps future legislation without just being check the box, have to do it, right? We have to start figuring that out. Some of the things that we've asked the utilities to do, like the marketplace, and now saying the online marketplace, we're gonna sort of move away from, does have me a little concerned because there's been a lot of investment in trying to get those right. And I worry that there may be, depending on what it looks like, there may be still some more value there. And there also may be value in how do we look at perhaps giving them more flexibility rather than sort of dictating everybody must have, this, working within that. The same way we don't appreciate prescriptive legislation, I think we need to sort of look at it from the flexibility as well. Some of the things in here I think are very important. There was also some language in here about no longer subsidizing gas appliances. Can you speak a little bit to why we're being prescriptive in that?
Sure, happy to. So specifically with the gas appliances, as Katie mentioned, the strategic framework really is trying to impose some shifting that not only would evolve the programs away from kind of what we always refer to in the energy efficiency space as low-hanging fruit. Lighting is often cited as that, but residential gas boilers and furnaces has also been a type of low-hanging fruit. We've been at that for many decades. In the state of New York, we have a certain market condition where the standard for gas equipment is set at a national level. And so our market condition in New York State is that there are efficiency levels that far exceed the standard. So in part, obviously, our climate goals have us looking at switching off of fossil fuel. That's not the only reason why we're looking at that in this order. And part of that looks at trying to design programs that are not really targeting a lot of free riders. And so regardless of the size of budgets, it's still finite. And so we're trying to direct the funding where we think we can make the most impact. So specifically with things like gas efficiency, predominantly those programs to date have been residential gas boilers and furnaces and behavioral home energy reports. We need to really look at tightening building envelope shell work. That's a very challenging area to fund and to kind of get right. It's messy work, it's complicated, and it costs a lot. So I think from the perspective of this order, kind of laying out a transition from what we've been doing for the last number of years towards where we need to go, gas efficiency can also look at tightening up building envelope, and that makes sense on day one, regardless of your heating fuel. So while we look at the transition, while people are still using natural gas as a heating source, they will save money. We will save emissions by looking at building envelope improvements. And so that's kind of the shift that this is dictating.
Thank you. So I think that that's going to be a challenge. I understand sort of the concern on free riders, but I think that some of that also needs to be looked at in that, are we perhaps in certain circumstances inappropriately chilling not only customer choice, but low-income customers and others who aren't free riders. We are blessed in New York to have, appliances that are of a high quality. And so, we don't necessarily want to see going backwards in that people do not embrace energy efficiency because we're sort of picking and choosing, and putting at risk perhaps safety in perhaps not upgrading when they need to. I do think that when you look at the free ridership issue, that could also be something that in the EV space, people would say, right? So here we're focused on it, using that as, a rationale, but not necessarily examining that across the board. What does it mean from a free ridership perspective? No problem looking at that issue, but I think that gets to siloing the programs. I will say that the order, while it is clear in some of the things that are, definites, there's language in the order that says we recognize as we move forward that we may need to make modifications and changes. And that means that as we move forward, it is not just the energy efficiency program that we're looking at. We have to be looking at what does it mean from a reliability perspective? What does it mean from a cost perspective? What does it mean in terms of perhaps some of the unintended consequences by having the prescription, the incentives for the gas appliances? Perhaps positively, it includes more on the building envelope issues that we need to address. Understanding that's more costly, so we have to not not see it as a negative, but it also means that we may need, the unintended consequence may be that some of the hybrid heating solutions that would pair nicely, an incentive for, a gas equipment paired with a heating pump may actually be a perfect solution. And so looking at some of those hybrid heating solutions and incentives that would go to that overall, rather than sort of saying, nope, heating pump, yes, gas part of it, no. Because that may actually disincentivize the use of the heating pump. So just things for us to be mindful of. It will be the utilities and the customers and those folks involved in the, on the ground stuff who will know where some of the unintended consequences are. And so I look to them in sharing that. But what I'm hearing is, look, understandably, a lot of the low-hanging fruit was utilized, right? The lighting. And so we're trying to get more sort of deeper savings, deeper energy efficiency activities. And so we're trying to address that. And so that's kind of pushing it up that way. In here, and one of the things that I paused on is there was language about no longer focusing on cost-effective energy efficiency. Can you kind of walk me through what, because that concerned me, and I think that it's important for us to flush that out.
Sure. So I think that the order is saying we don't want to use cost effectiveness and in parentheses as the singular focus on these portfolios. I think cost effectiveness means different things to different people, different parties, and can be defined at different levels. I think, from a traditional BCA test in economics all the way down to kind of a customer cost effectiveness. So it's not that cost effectiveness per se is not important. It is. But as you pointed out earlier, these energy efficiency portfolios are very complex. It's not just a single technology. There are many technologies. So if you say cost effectiveness is the singular focus, you may end up with just very inexpensive measures like lighting that we've seen in the past. So because it's a diverse portfolio, we need to look at kind of cost effectiveness of each of these different measures within the portfolio and kind of try to optimize around that.
So I understand that, and I very much appreciate that in this order. Again, it is the sort of the first time that we, I think, as a draft order, are sort of trying to thread that needle. The BCA model for energy efficiency and cost effective to meet the targets, I think, wasn't working. And it is not to say we don't care about costs, but I think it's about how do we look at it, how do we examine it, and how does that match up? On the other hand, we also have to keep in mind we can't just say, but it's all good because societal benefits outweigh, and so it is sort of a recognition of what we were all speaking in terms of costs and benefits needs to be clear. How we are actually helping so that we are not using that to pick our favored activity, program, or fuel of choice. And I think that that sort of aligns with the understanding of the importance of, in this case, B, energy efficiency, but also in terms of the importance of how hard it is and looking at what that means from our oversight and accountability. So I appreciate that. I do want to have you walk through what we are saying on the EAMS, because I worry that at it appears like we are looking to get rid of EAMS in energy efficiency. And just keep in mind, under REV, we have about 7 different EAMS that were utilized. And I just want to get a sense, again, it gets back to that carrot and stick approach and what that looks like. So if you can explain that a little bit.
Sure. So the order is really putting a pause on the energy efficiency and building electrification related EAMs only. And that's really because we are looking forward here in this order to that beyond post 2025 look. The EAMs that we've traditionally seen to date through rate cases have been very focused on that share the savings or cost reduction. And that doesn't really line up great with this future looking portfolio and framework that we're talking about here. So it's just a pause to kind of reevaluate. I don't think we're saying get rid of them for good and never look back, but maybe there's something kind of down the road in the future that we would be able to look at post 2025, but just for now, it doesn't work with where we're transitioning to.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's clear. Obviously, there's always a need to look at sort of the metrics and the opportunities for helping to increase activities that we're trying to drive, and then also keeping in mind that it is something that needs to be clearly evaluated in a way that doesn't improperly penalize or improperly give. So to the extent that I understand, this is something I think that has more legs outside of just here, right? Across the board. What is the carrot and stick approach? How are we helping? What does it mean that we're doing, and trying to get under it? So, I don't really have any more questions for you. I will say that for me, I can support this because I see that there is a path forward, and that there is going to be more engagement and looking back to what comes to the commission in a way that I think is helpful. It's really also going to be challenging for utilities in particular to put forward plans for 2025, post 2025, while they're still figuring out a lot of the other levers that they have to do. But we do need to look at this in a larger whole. There is language about it being budget bound. I will say and remind folks, there were several times, not just in the energy efficiency space, EAPS comes to mind, but throughout, where no matter how budget bound we tried to be, if you piled on all of the different budget bound programs, it's really a pretty big amount, right? That's on the ratepayers. We have a fiscal responsibility to the ratepayers, but also there were opportunities that happened throughout where we lifted off the budget bound by either retroactively, not me, but retroactively approving EAPS activities because, we just kept saying, keep doing it without understanding that it hadn't gotten approved, or sweeping from somewhere else. And I think that we need to be cognizant of that's all kind of, it's limited dollars to go around, and we need to see the whole. So I thank you. I thank you for your hard work. I think you're going to really need a lot of support and resources, and I appreciate it. What one question I do have? What is the next part of our interim review? We started with BEE. What's the next?
Sure, I can answer that. Katie had mentioned the order last September, I believe it was, whether the commission commenced the reviews. And it's a pretty large portfolio that the reviews are overseeing both the utility, energy efficiency, and building electrification programs, as well as the entirety of the Clean Energy Fund, which has 4 distinct portfolios. The order in September sequenced those, and so it recognized that we should start with EEBE as we are, and then what will come next will be New York Green Bank and NYSERDA's innovation and research portfolio. New York Sun also has its own kind of procedural path that's been set up for New York Sun review. So the timelines for that is both of those portfolios are authorized through the end of 2025 as well. So in order to avoid cliff years, as we have had from lessons learned in the past, where we come right up to the end of those periods, the commission laid out a process where we would have NYSERDA filing something to kick off the review, a petition of some sort, by June of 2024 to allow a full year, if necessary, to move that through the process. So we would expect something mid-year next year to kick off by the latest mid-year next year for Green Bank, and then innovation and research.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Alisi.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sitting here and I'm having just a little bit of fun with this as I'm trying to think of the correlating stories, and the one that keeps coming to my mind is the moonshot that many of you were not alive when it all happened. So as I was, by the way, and maybe John Howard might be the only other guy there, but I'll try to make this long story short. It was unthinkable at the time. There was a lot of political rivalry between the United States and our adversaries at the time. A big race, who gets to the moon? Why go to the moon? Why spend all the money? What will we get out of it? So everybody here looking back can say, well, we got all of this, we got all of that. We'll continue to get stuff from that moonshot as science and technology advance in the aftermath of all the time and effort and gambling that went into the aerospace effort. That basically is what we're doing here. We're starting from scratch, trying to change what society has always embraced as this works, why change it? Who cares what it costs? It's going to cost. In terms of dollars, this will cost more. This pursuit is going to cost more. And on top of those increased costs, there will be more increases. But you're spending money to get something in return. Can't argue the increased costs, but what you can do is say, we better have a very solid, dedicated commitment pursuit of funding. Be careful where we restrict funding while we're trying to gain money as well. But this launch is not going to be free, but it will free us from what we've been doing to destroy our environment, and it'll free us to deliver a better environment decades down the road. Decades may be more than just a few decades, but we'll get there. There will be reversals, to say the least. And during the time when we have reversals, there'll be some changes. New things will be discovered. So those are the unmarked outgrowths of this effort that nobody's planning on now. Satellite phones, now phones that work wirelessly, those kinds of things, Teflon pans. I'm not really shilling for the Air Force right now, but I'm trying to draw a conclusion as I see that this is really a magnanimous effort. And if it's anything like what we've seen in that moonshot pursuit, that there's going to be failures and there'll be frustration. On the other end of that, there are going to be people like you, highly professional people, other highly professional people, people whose minds are so bright and brilliant that they can actually make this thing happen over the years. And there'll be changes. I said financial changes, scientific changes, legislative changes, as always. Somebody will have a way to have their opinion said legislatively. But there will be no retreat. There cannot be a retreat. This effort's too big, it's too promising, and it demands not only our attention, but it demands our action. The Earth is setting its gravitational pull on our hearts and minds to do this. And you can't fight gravity. It's got to be done. So it becomes increasingly clear to me that human effort collectively will make this happen, with the frustrations and the setbacks, but with the constant goal of achieving, freeing ourselves from how we are electrifying our lives and freeing the Earth from the painful cost of doing it that way. So we have to go in this direction, and we have to put our hands in both pockets and other pockets, because it won't be cheap. And who cares? We know where we have to go, so let's go to the most expensive restaurant in town, get the best meal, and pay the biggest price. That's an analogy, by the way. I see a few of you smiling out there. You want to join me? Just let me know. Thank you for the report. I'm sure that it wasn't just a 15-minute job. A lot of effort went into it. And we have more to come in 3 months or so. We'll get some more additional information, funding, etc. We'll look forward to hearing that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards.
I do not have any comments or questions. Thank you for all of your hard work, and I look forward to the next update.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to commend everybody for their hard work, and commend you particularly for now. I believe this Commissioner Berman, this is our first maybe more reality-based order we've seen in some time. And I appreciate that very much. One of the things the program changes is, and I go way back to observing these programs a long time as well, and back after I was on Apollo 17, and it was, but in any event, one of the things is many of these things, particularly decades ago when we began, we were there to incentivize technologies, quote unquote, prime the pump. Apparently, we have now decided that the pump on lighting is plenty primed, and that market forces will drive lighting efficiency going forward. In that list, are there any technologies that we believe yet that will follow lighting into the maybe we don't need to subsidize anymore because the market forces are just obvious in terms of their outcomes?
I mean, I think the lighting we've been talking about in the energy efficiency space for many years now, the eventual lighting cliff. And you never know exactly when you're at the edge of the cliff, I guess. But we're saying here, really, if you look back even in early in my career to where we are with lighting, it's just amazing what has happened in that marketplace, as you point out. I think similarly with some of the residential gas equipment, the market has moved, as we've talked about with Commissioner Berman's question. There's also been a real push, both, there were some challenges at the federal level, but also New York State is doing some things with other appliance standards. So that's something that I think staff, as well as the program administrators, watch to see, okay, the whole concept of relying on codes and standards is an important one, right? Because that's saying, okay, once we're at the point where we can adopt a code or standard, we can kind of step back from having to incent it. But the incentives are very important to get us to that point where we can adopt those codes and standards. So while I don't have kind of a long list of those things, there's not anything as cheap and as effective as lighting has been. I would say that clearly. But those are the types of things that I think we'd be watching with the programs, and we have robust evaluation work that looks at those things over time to see when we have a certain level of market share, that's when we step back on our incentives.
Thank you. And I think it's important that we put the magnitude of this effort. I understand that from your report that 200,000 buildings annually will need to be electrified in order through this planning period to reach the mandate. Is that about right?
That's about right. And I will say we did borrow that from, I think, some other work that was done within the Climate Action Council. But really, to put it in terms of scale that people could understand, right now we're treating about 20,000 homes today, not just electrification, but whole house weatherization type things. And in order to get to the trajectory that CLCPA would require, that really does need to scale to about a 200,000.
So in order
per
of
home.
magnitude.
Absolutely. And sustain that year after year. So it is not insignificant and very much like a moonshot, I would say.
Yeah, just so to the issue of our desire to cap ratepayer spending at about $1 billion. Clearly, we're not going to get a 10x result for $1 billion a year. So, and that number is probably even just not knowable. But it is, even if we take the current numbers and extrapolate them out, this is just an enormous amount of money. And, how we get there is going to be a real challenge. And I think this is also a challenge to others in government that they need to step up and do this. I think it's also very important that we keep educating policymakers about the enormity of this task. It is great to say we want to go to the moon, but you got to pay the bill to get there. So I think that will be an important part of this. And I think part of staff's advocacy on this is a continued, sharp pencil on these potential costs that will be necessary. The replies are due in 90 days. When do you think we might see actually an order coming back to us? I mean, because it's time is now, right?
Absolutely. So I have given up trying to predict when things come to session. So I won't give you a exact answer, but I can say part of
our
the
intention. How's that?
The intention is 90 day for proposals, and then, as Katie mentioned, there'll be a series of technical conferences, which we feel is a really important part of the process. So beyond just the SAPA process, where there will be written comments, the program administrators will be able to present their proposals to interested parties. They will be able to ask questions. That will be staged so that parties can have that interaction while they're formulating their comments. All that said, we'll go through the process. Staff will have a very large task in taking all the input that we'll receive through that process to formulate our recommendations to come back to the commission. My prediction on that is we're aiming for end of, I think the comments would come in probably January timeframe as we've plotted it out. So we'd be looking at probably end of Q1, early Q2 to come back to the commission with our recommendations.
One thing, this duality that we have now we hope to permanently adopt, NYSERDA versus the utilities. When a utility falls short or runs through management problems or any number of even worse outcomes, we have mechanisms by which we can protect ratepayers and discipline the utilities. What sort of, I don't see we have those same mechanisms with NYSERDA. Should they be wanting in any given program? So how would you respond to that?
Sure. Obviously, they're not a shareholder company, so that some of the mechanisms that you may be referring to obviously wouldn't be at play. The order does speak to, outside of EAMs, the need to hold program administrators, all of them, including NYSERDA, accountable. That will kind of, in the first part, play out through the proposal process, where we'll be kind of really honing in on what the performance metrics are, what will be the, flexibility granted to folks, what will be the accountability expected for that. The order also speaks to, I think one of the commissioners used the term, people have to get this right? Like we really need to make progress here. And so the order does speak to, if there are failings, we can revisit that, and we can, take recommendations back to the commission about reducing budgets, taking away responsibilities, shifting roles. So I think from that perspective, that would apply across all program administrators, not just, utilities versus NYSERDA, but generally speaking, if the program administrator is not performing, we shouldn't continue to let that slide, right? We need to really kind of bring that back and take a hard look at what we would need to do there.
Well, great. Thank you. And look, I do appreciate that we are now saying publicly that we've all said privately for some time. And again, terrific work, and we look forward to the next order.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peggy and Katie, and to your team for the really good work here. I don't have any questions, but just want to state that I'm pleased to see a number of the things in this order, including the very clear roles that you've delineated for NYSERDA versus the utilities. I think that's important. Appreciate the language and commitment in regard to ratepayers cannot be wholly responsible for funding, and that we're requiring program administrators to pursue all federal funding. I think that's important. I think you're speaking to the Cap and Invest program that may provide an opportunity down the road whereby ratepayer support can, I think, wind down, were your words. I think that's really important. And it's also important, as previous speakers have indicated, that these proposals will be coming back to us, Peggy, as you just said, to kick off the formal review process, and that they will come back to us for eventual consideration as well. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Majori?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I don't really have anything to add in terms of comments to this discussion, but I do want to thank you for the presentation. And as my colleagues have said, there's the order is substantial and reflects a lot of good work over a lot of time. So thank you very much, but I don't have anything additional to add.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, I'll do a call for a vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendations to address the energy efficiency and building electrification proposals as discussed. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Alisi?
Yes.
Commissioner Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Commissioner Valesky?
Yes.
And Commissioner Majori?
Yes.
Okay. We have sufficient votes. The item is approved and the recommendations adopted. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. Okay. We will now begin. Oh, one moment, please. We'll now move to the second item for discussion today. Item 202, case 22-M-0149. As it relates to the first annual information report on the overall implementation of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, CLCPA. It'll be presented today by Jessica Waldorf. Along her will be Marco Padula, Marianne Sorrentino, Liz Grisaru, Joel Andruski, Kaitlin Edmondson, Brandon Goodrich, Michaela Loeb, all of which will be available for questions if needed. Jessica, please begin.
Just give us one moment. We're getting the slides up.
Okay.
There we go. So good morning, Chair Christian and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Waldorf, and I'm the Chief of Staff and Director of Policy Implementation here at the department. I'm here today with other members of staff to present the first annual informational report on overall implementation of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or as I will refer to it throughout the presentation, the CLCPA. While I will be using a PowerPoint presentation to provide a visual overview of the report, a document that includes additional detail will be filed in the CLCPA case 22M-0149. Next slide, please. The CLCPA that was enacted in 2019 contains emissions reduction and clean energy targets shown here, including some that have been updated since. These include increasing the distributed solar goal from 6,000 megawatts by 2025 to 10,000 megawatts by 2030, which was adopted by the Commission in April of 2022. It also includes an increase to the energy storage target from 3,000 megawatts by 2030 to 6,000 megawatts by 2030. Regarding this energy storage target, DPS staff and NYSERDA filed an updated energy storage roadmap in December 2022 that is currently under review. Next slide, please. The Commission's May 2022 CLCPA initiating order instituted this proceeding to both track and assess the progress made towards meeting the CLCPA mandates and to provide policy guidance as necessary for the additional actions needed to help achieve the objectives of this law. This first annual report provides a summary of recent efforts and outcomes in relation to several key areas of the implementation of the CLCPA, including renewable electricity, energy storage, transmission, energy efficiency, and building electrification, or as it was previously referred to in the last presentation, EEBE efforts, as well as the transportation sector. It also provides an overview of the progress on achieving targets mandated within the Renewable Energy Program under the Commission's Clean Energy Standard, overall energy savings, energy generation, and emissions reductions across all CLCPA-related programs, a summary of electric and gas recoveries to date, cost recoveries to date, between the periods of time 2020 through 2022, we show energy savings, energy generation, and emissions reduction, and we show the cost recoveries for both electric and gas for the calendar year 2022. Consistent with the Commission's initiating order, this report focuses mainly on the prior calendar year's metrics for this first report. We provide the information between the years 2020 through 2022 to represent the first full year after the CLCPA was enacted in 2019 to provide some historical information as well as the 22 calendar year separated out. Next slide, please. In terms of progress made towards the CLCPA renewable energy targets, the Commission, in conjunction with NYSERDA, has made significant progress in advancing the development of renewable energy and transmission projects, as well as decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions in the electricity sector. With 120 renewable energy and transmission projects in active development or construction, including large-scale solar, land-based wind, and offshore wind, 66% of the state's electricity will come from renewable energy sources, on the way to the goal of 70% renewable energy by 2030 and towards the zero-emission grid by 2040 targets. This builds on the state's previously existing renewable energy resources, including the state's substantial amount of hydroelectric generation. Throughout 2021, 2022, and 2023, a total of 14 additional large-scale renewable energy projects entered commercial operation, accounting for an addition of over 680 megawatts of new renewable energy. In December 2022, the Department of Environmental Conservation published a New York State statewide greenhouse gas emissions report that provides a detailed account of greenhouse gas emissions in the state from the period of time 1990 through 2019. This report shows that emissions in the electricity sector has decreased by about 46% in this time period, which shows some of the significant progress the state has made in decreasing the emissions associated with electric generation to date. Next slide, please. The Commission has a long-standing policy of promoting renewable energy resources to meet our responsibility to preserve environmental values and conserve natural resources. Prior to the adoption of the CLCPA, the Commission implemented programs and mechanisms designed to support the decarbonization of the state's electric system. These initiatives have since been expanded, where necessary, to support the CLCPA's requirement of 70% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% emissions-free power grid by 2040. Specifically, in October 2020, the Commission formally adopted the CLCPA's clean energy deployment targets. The actions shown here are a subset of all of the actions the Commission has taken since 2020 to support the development of both large and small-scale renewable energy resources, as well as energy storage deployment. Next slide, please. Following enactment of the CLCPA, as well as the Accelerated Renewable Energy Growth and Community Benefit Act, the Commission has undertaken several steps to implement forward-looking transmission planning efforts. These recent measures to foster and steer transmission development in support of climate goals include those listed here, and we anticipate more work to support the continued development of the transmission and distribution systems to allow for integration of more renewable energy resources and to support the state's electrification efforts. Next slide, please. Since 2020, New York has seen numerous successes in the development of clean transportation systems, including the Commission's July 2020 order approving the Electric Vehicle Make Ready program. This program included a $701 million budget, of which $206 million was directed directly to disadvantaged communities. The Commission's EV Make Ready order included the New York Clean Transportation Program, funded at $85 million, and administered by NYSERDA in partnership with DPS, and directed the creation of 3 programs aimed at advancing the medium and heavy-duty vehicle industry to be implemented by the state's utilities. Most recently, on April 20th of this year, the Commission expanded these efforts by issuing an order to initiate a proceeding implementing policies and developing programs related to the medium and heavy-duty electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and to begin proactively planning for EV charging load from all vehicle classes. The department is currently undertaking a midpoint review of the EV Make Ready program and recently issued a white paper with a number of recommendations, including increasing the budget up to about $1.1 billion and to update the overall plug targets. The white paper is currently out for public comment and will go to the Commission for review. The Department and Commission have also adopted beneficial rates for electric vehicle charging, both on the residential side under voluntary time of use rates and managed charging programs, and on the commercial side for EV phase-in rates that are designed to lower the cost of utility service for charging stations in the early years of EV deployment, when utilization is lower, by phasing in the demand charge as it increases. Next slide, please. Energy efficiency programs have changed substantially since the establishment of the Systems Benefit Charge in 1996, and still further since the Commission initiated the New York Energy Efficiency Portfolio Standard proceeding in 2008. Programs have become more ambitious and detailed, and their scope and structure have evolved. In its September 15, 2022 order, the Commission initiated the required interim review of the Clean Energy Fund and New Efficiency New York portfolios, with a focus on instituting a renewed framework under which energy efficiency and building electrification programs are offered, and to establish new budgets and targets for a period beyond 2025. This was the item that we just heard from staff on. Following that order, staff issued a report in December 2022 to issue a comprehensive energy efficiency and building electrification report, which summarized the portfolio performance through the second quarter of 2022 and solicited feedback from stakeholders. That New Efficiency New York interim review and CEF review process continues to be underway with the order that was just presented by staff prior to this. Next slide, please. In May 2022, the Commission directed the utilities to work with department staff to develop a proposal regarding the content of a greenhouse gas annual emissions inventory report. That includes an inventory of total gas system-wide emissions, including specific directives on what emissions should be included. The utilities worked with staff to develop this proposal and filed an initial proposal on December 1st of 2022 and a subsequent proposal supplement on May 31st, 2023. That proposal is currently out for comment, and staff will soon bring a proposal to the Commission for review. Next slide, please. The CLCPA requires both that Commission decisions do not disproportionately burden disadvantaged communities and that disadvantaged communities receive substantial benefits from programs that implement the CLCPA's mandates. Specifically, the CLCPA requires the Commission, to the extent practicable, to direct available programmatic resources in a manner that disadvantaged communities receive a minimum of 35%, with a goal of 40%, of the overall benefits of spending on clean energy and energy efficiency programs, projects, or investments. It also included specific requirements for a minimum of 20% of investments in residential energy efficiency, including multifamily housing, are invested in a manner that will benefit disadvantaged communities, including low to moderate income consumers, and includes reporting requirements for energy savings and clean energy market penetration in the low to moderate income market and in disadvantaged communities. The department is working with DEC, NYSERDA, and other agencies to develop a consistent approach to tracking and reporting investments in and benefits to disadvantaged communities, and the state expects to produce its first report on these benefits pursuant to the CLCPA in 2024. Lastly, while work is ongoing both within and beyond DPS to develop guidance for implementing the CLCPA's requirements related to disadvantaged communities, the Commission has already acted in multiple proceedings to direct clean energy and energy efficiency investments to those communities, a subset of which are shown here. Next slide, please. To estimate the benefits for the CLCPA annual review, staff issued information requests to NYSERDA and each utility seeking data on the annual amounts for 2022 and cumulative total amounts for the years 2020 through 2022 of reductions in energy usage and emissions associated with CLCPA programs, including the Clean Energy Standard, Clean Energy Fund, Value of Distributed Energy Resources, Electric Vehicle Make-Ready, Utility Energy Efficiency, and Beneficial Electrification, including heat pumps. The slide here outlines the total energy savings or energy generation across these various programs that have been achieved in this time period, with both 2022 separated out and a cumulative summary of the years 2020 through 2022. For a few of these initiatives, data is not yet available as projects in these programs have not yet reached commercial operation. As a result of the clean energy investments that have been made between 2020 and 2022, more than 95.9 million megawatt hours of energy has either been saved or is now being generated by clean, renewable energy sources, not including the state's existing renewable resources. Next slide, please. The development of clean energy resources coupled with reducing the actual demand for electricity is helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in addition to producing energy savings. Between 2020 and 2022, overall greenhouse gas emissions were reduced by nearly 50 million metric tons, with the majority of the decrease coming from changes in the electricity generation sector. It should be noted that emissions reductions from electric vehicles are indirect benefits of the EV Make Ready program, but are included here because the public charging stations funded through the program are helping to enable technology for the statewide electric vehicle deployment. Next slide, please. For the purposes of estimating the cost recoveries of the CLCPA, the money recovered by utilities in support of these programs, relative to initiatives in 2022, staff issued information requests to each of the utilities for both gas and electric programs. This slide shows the total cost recoveries associated with gas energy efficiency measures targeted at reducing overall fossil fuel use, broken out by utility. As you heard in the last presentation, the types of investments in energy efficiency here and for electric will change as programs continue to evolve. Next slide, please. This slide is focused on the electric programs related to CLCPA and shows cost recoveries that are broken out both by utility and by program. As you can see, the majority of cost recoveries are on the electric side, as the CLCPA is focused on transitioning away from the use of fossil fuel use, as well as overall energy use reduction and in developing new renewable energy generation. The slide here includes detailed footnotes, which are also reflected in the report, to provide some additional information for what is behind these values. Specifically, you will see that there are no values for energy storage or transmission cost recoveries yet. For energy storage, the overall value in 2022 was de minimis, but we do plan to report on dispatchable storage costs and benefits in future reports. For transmission, Phase 1, Phase 2, and other related transmission project efforts pursuant to the Accelerated Renewable Energy Growth and Community Benefit Act were authorized in 2022. Expenditures related to transmission will be reported in subsequent annual reports as they are incurred. Next slide, please. The annual total statewide cost billed to load-serving entities, or LSEs, by NYSERDA in 2022 is shown here, as well as the cumulative statewide cost billed to those LSEs by NYSERDA from 2020 through 2022. These costs are associated with the Clean Energy Standard programs and are detailed in the chart shown here. The majority of billing, as well as savings and emissions reductions shown in prior slides, are associated with Clean Energy Standard Tier 3 ZECs, or zero emission credits. The Tier 3 program, which commenced in 2016, aligns broadly with the objectives of the CLCPA in providing zero-emission electricity to the electric grid, but the Commission did not adopt that program pursuant to the CLCPA. It was in place prior to. While the amount of savings and billing are much higher for these credits versus some of the other programs shown here under the Clean Energy Standard, these numbers will change over time as more renewable energy projects achieve commercial operation in support of the CLCPA renewable energy requirements. The information shown here is only for billing for NYSERDA's Clean Energy Standard programs for the calendar years 2020 through 2022 and does not reflect billing for these programs under the Clean Energy Standard that may have occurred prior to 2020. Next slide, please. The slide here provides an overview of the information requests to each of the utilities to help estimate the bill impacts associated with the CLCPA-related cost recoveries shown in prior slides. For both gas and electric, we are providing bill impacts for average-sized customers in the residential, small commercial, and industrial customer classes to help put these numbers into context for each of these classes. It is important to note that for non-residential customers, the rate impacts can vary greatly depending on the utility and depending on the amount of electricity consumed. It also is important to note that these values are looking at the rate impacts over the prior calendar year and do not look at years prior to 2022 or years out into the future. Next slide, please. For residential electric customers, the rate impacts for the gas energy efficiency investments shown in the prior slide, not accounting for overall societal benefits, range from about 0.02% to 1.36% depending on the utility. As I noted on the prior slide, the ranges for the remaining customer classes vary greatly across utilities and across usage patterns for those customers. Next slide, please. For residential electric customers, the rate impacts for these critically important investments, not accounting for overall societal benefits, range from about 3.7% to 9.8%, depending on the utility. Again, same note as before, those numbers and ranges vary greatly across the other customer classes and depending on the customer's use. Next slide, please. This annual report is a review of actual costs incurred by ratepayers to date in support of various programs and projects to implement the CLCPA and does not fully capture potential future expenditures, including estimated costs already authorized by the Commission but not yet recovered in rates. To complement the overview of cost recoveries incurred to date, as shown in prior slides, we also present this table of the various programs and the total amount of estimated costs associated with each authorized program by the Commission to date. The table gives a sense of expenditures that ratepayers could ultimately see recovered in rates. These values are conservative and reflect both past and prospective estimated cost, meaning that the budget shown here could span years prior to calendar year 2020 and for years much out into the future beyond 2023. There are detailed footnotes in the report that explain the sources of these values and the time periods that they cover. These estimated costs represent either total program budget, estimated total cost for the program over its duration, or cost incurred to date in support of the program. For example, the total future Clean Energy Standard funding is difficult to predict as we have not yet completed procurements under some of the tiers. So, to develop this number, we used estimated costs for the total Tier 1 and offshore wind programs pursuant to a staff Clean Energy Standard white paper filed in 2020, the total budget for Tier 2 authorized by the Commission, and estimated costs for the 2 transmission projects authorized under Tier 4. Within this program, as well as in other program areas, there is a high variation in how program budgets are set, program costs are estimated, and the overall duration of programs and project implementation schedules, which made pulling together this type of chart a very difficult effort. It is important to note that the Commission authorized some of the estimated costs in this table prior to CLCPA enactment, and that the costs associated with these programs will be recovered over several years to come, some over 20 to 25 years, based on implementation schedules for these projects or programs, and will mitigate the cost impacts to ratepayers year over year. Additionally, these initiatives will result in a variety of other changes that will impact how much consumers pay for energy. A number of these would put downward pressure on costs, including benefits in the form of reduced energy usage and therefore reduced energy bills to consumers. The department has also previously described market price effects that are a result of these investments. For example, when load is reduced or more low-cost generation is added, it could be anticipated that energy prices would fall because the market would rely less on higher-cost generators. In addition, investments in transmission infrastructure not only unbottle renewable energy, but also yield production cost savings and reliability benefits. In sum, the total estimated costs associated with these programs or projects should not be considered as entirely incremental to what ratepayers would otherwise pay. Subsequent annual reports may include additional information about costs recovered relative to the funding previously authorized by the Commission in these programs, including funds already expended in support of these programs, to put these numbers into a more refined context. Next slide, please. I'd like to conclude by saying that this is the first annual report to the Commission on the Department's overall compliance with the CLCPA. It presents data from various programs that draw on distinct inputs, reports on distinct outcomes, and employs a diverse set of performance metrics. This report focuses solely on the portion of programs over which the Commission has regulatory oversight authority. It does not include other non-ratepayer-funded programs that are being executed by other state agencies to achieve the goals of the CLCPA, nor does it include the customer-side cost of adoption of technologies. Being able to compare data across programs is an important means of assessing both relative and overall effectiveness, and is indispensable to making CLCPA implementation transparent to the public. For this reason, in addition to publishing this first annual report, DPS will also continue to explore options for making the data reported in subsequent versions easier to review, easier to compare, and easier to analyze. Thank you. That completes my presentation, and I, as well as staff, are available to answer any questions you may have.
So I don't think I could put to words just how challenging putting this report has been. So I just want to take a moment to thank you and staff for your hard work in putting this together. I know this was challenging. And, you know, just seeing the results in front of me, I think it's important and very informative to highlight just where we're going and where we are in the process. I have a couple questions for you, not so much comments, but questions specific to some of the things you pointed out, and more amplification than new information. So you'd mentioned throughout just kind of the broader transition and the focus particularly on funding towards electric efficiency and electricity efforts rather than gas-sided efforts. And as you were speaking, I'm reminded of past statements by previous chairs regarding the general overall efficiency of the path that we're moving along. So rather than doing a business as usual approach and continuing business as usual investments in electricity and the gas system, a more concerted focus on making a more robust electric system could actually lead to significant savings. Is that something you could speak to a bit and expand upon?
Sure. I think it's very difficult to come up with, for example, the exact number of what the difference in cost would be between business as usual and specific efforts to implement the CLCPA. What is clear is that the transition that we're in the midst of to a clean energy economy represents an overall shift in investments. Instead of building out the natural gas system or expanding the use of fossil fuels, for example, we're now targeting and supporting electrification of those same homes and energy efficiency measures to reduce overall demand. We're taking what is status quo plans for investment and shifting them more to clean energy and to the electric grid for investment. It's a commitment to invest in necessary infrastructure that will help the state avoid significant costs that we could incur due to the rising cost of climate change, including severe storms, but also provide a lot of benefits to consumers in the form of energy savings, as well as air quality improvements and other benefits that come with the change that we're in the midst of.
Thank you. And thank you for that. And just digging a little bit deeper, I'm looking over some of the slides, and I'm noting in particular slide 15, the summary of cost recoveries. And just for information purposes, are all the numbers on this slide being allocated through load ratio share approach? If I'm remembering correctly, is that the case?
So the way that we recover costs varies across the various programs. So for many of the programs under the Clean Energy Standard, for example, we look at those programs as providing a statewide benefit, and thus we allocate cost on a load ratio share basis. Mm-hmm. Across other programs, for example, the Clean Energy Fund or some of the more energy efficiency focused programs, those costs are recovered in varying ways volumetrically through delivery or supply charges. So it really varies. Could be utility specific or it could be allocated statewide.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's one thing we may want to put a laser focus on going forward in future reports. Just thinking of my recent assembly hearing, I know that came up, and I know that's of interest. So I want to take us back a bit and just think about this from a broader perspective. So, our focus here is largely on the electric and natural gas side, but throughout the state, we use far more energy outside those sectors, kerosene, oil, gasoline, et cetera. Can you talk to the scale of investments here with respect to expenditures statewide for all of our energy use, just to kind of get an understanding of the scope and scale of this work?
Sure. We actually do have some estimates that come from a couple of different sources, including NYSERDA's Patterns and Trends report, as well as some economic forecasting that was done as part of the integration analysis behind the Climate Action Council scoping plan. Those different studies show that New York spends just under about $140 billion annually on energy. From 2021 through 2030, the time period which those studies cover, we anticipate that New York's gross undiscounted spending on energy will be about $1.47 trillion. So over 10 years, that's a bit more than the annual number times 10. Of the $140 billion that's spent statewide on energy, about $26 billion goes to fuels, so gasoline, diesel, and natural gas. $21 billion goes to electricity, and another $27 billion goes to energy-related investments in buildings. So that's both capital and operational spending, and we've also spent about $63 billion on capital projects and on the operation of the transportation sector. The values that I referenced are in 2020 dollars, but it also helps to put the $44 billion on previously authorized programs into some context.
Got it. And I just want to close with one last question. So thinking through the various efforts, we talked about the rate impact for electric customers and natural gas customers, but in most cases, it's fair to say that the individual customers who have taken advantage of these programs have reduced their costs well in excess of any additional premiums that have resulted from the cost of paying for the program themselves. Is that a fair assessment to me?
I think that's fair. I think to hone on a very specific number would be difficult, but that's part and parcel why the commission for years has invested so heavily in energy efficiency programs, the item that was just presented to the commission. And really, those programs provide benefits beyond just reducing bills to consumers, but they also help to reduce the overall demand for what's going to be required for the energy systems that serve them. And as we lower demand or increase efforts on demand response, we also could see benefits in the amount of new generation or new resources that have to be built to support the various sectors across the state.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you very much. We'll now move to Commissioner Berman.
Thank you. I'm struggling with where to give constructive criticism and where to give positive reinforcement. So I think I will say I recognize the enormous amount of work that went into this. I recognize the enormous amount of work that continues to go into all of the different things that we do at the commission. And, that's kind of the nature of the job. It's hard. It's hard when we have to really do core economic regulatory analysis, where we have to look at system planning, where we have to look at, are we moving forward in a way that is helpful? Yes, we've invested a lot over the years in energy efficiency. We just dealt with that right before this. We didn't always do it well. In fact, we've spent a lot of dollars that were not helpful. That's why we've had so many different refinements. And that's why also it's important for us to shake off the desire to continue to pat ourselves on the back. I get it. We're doing great work. But we've got to also address the challenges. There's no slide that says challenges ahead. There's no slide that says reliability issues ahead. There's no slide that says upward pressure on rates, energy prices, costs outside of that, major red flags. We talked in the first order about the fact that ratepayers can no longer bear the brunt of this. Okay, this is supposed to be about us getting a handle on that. Now, I recognize it is the first annual report. I appreciate all the hard work. But I don't want to be waving, and saying, great job, when I think that what we need to do is say, all right, what are we missing? It does not bode well for us as we move forward if we are saying we can't identify business as usual costs with CLCPA and other costs. It does not bode well when we started a proceeding that's supposed to identify. We've had actual T&D investments needed to accommodate renewables. It does not bode well when we know that there are ways to do it. Discrete amount for EV charging, there are known subsidies for EV rates, New York Sun, the list goes on. We can go back and rely on utility planning documents. We should. We're asking the utilities to do that. We should be delving into more, asking other state agencies who have costs that are impacting over here that we need to then do to delve into theirs. Give it to us. We need to be looking at all of this in a way that doesn't try to sugarcoat it and put it up nicely in a fashion that I see is that, well, this is CLCPA costs. Yes. When people talk CLCPA, you can look at it in this isolation. It's larger than that. We can evaluate past rev costs, some of the legacy issues that's still there that frankly might need to be revised. We're picking a snapshot, 2022 primarily. Okay, makes sense, right? Because this is that. That was COVID. It's a lot of that. We can't necessarily, we have a snapshot. But it's a snapshot that doesn't give us now, well, what does it mean? Yes, we may not know exactly what the forward-looking costs are, but we have an idea, billions upon billions of dollars. What does that look like? Right? I don't know. Costs to achieve the CPL plus mandates are still largely unknown. However, there's an ability for us to start figuring out how to delve deeper and do that. There are consultants that are being hired to do some of this that perhaps have information that could be helpful, perhaps have shaping plans. Would we accept that from the utilities? That it's hard? That we don't know? That it's hard? I don't think we are accepting that. I think that we need to be laser focused on what I see is important to look at it from the perspective of we have to make sure that we are doing the true analysis of the total costs, of the total positive and negative things that can happen as we move forward. We're not talking about power trends, the STAR report. Just yesterday, Reliability Council put in offshore wind data that I think is helpful. In the long-term gas planning, PA Consulting just put in an initial report looking at some of the challenges with reliability, some of the challenges with that. Now, all of these things have to somehow gel together. We cannot continue to be siloed. The cost impact are going to grow rapidly in the coming years. The majority of our fiscal obligations that are being mandated have yet to occur. So it's easy to point backwards. Folks need to understand what it means and the challenges going forward. We have an obligation to look at the total, not just in isolation of what is under our jurisdiction, because it dramatically impacts. So we also need to recognize that it is not a static situation. Legislation may get signed by the governor that will actually increase costs, increase challenges with reliability. Legislation may get proposed. We have an obligation to step up and say, no más. We have issues. We need to figure it out. We need not to have prescriptive legislation that is actually, while well-intentioned, is taking us backwards and causing us to have a problem. Last week, it was the 46th anniversary of the blackout of 1977. We're approaching the 20-year anniversary of the August of 2003. Rolling blackouts should not be seen as a viable option. We have an obligation to look forward in what we see as the potential problems. We could talk about things we're doing to have downward pressure on costs, but the reality is we're going to see upward pressure even if we try to minimize it. We're focused on the fact that we have to do this in the time frame that has been set up under the legislation. I recognize that. But what is not lost to me is that we're not focused on the fact that under legislation, we are way behind in our state energy plan. Under the very legislation that we say we need to do because of the timeline, the scoping plan is not a final document, nor has legal weight until it goes over to the state energy plan, goes through the process there, State Energy Planning Board, and we come and have more understanding on what our actual state energy plan forward-looking is. That state energy planning legislation actually has a lot of detailed things that need to be done, not just in the scoping plan, not just adopting the scoping plan as is, detailed critical analysis that requires expertise and requires a lot of work before we even get to it getting adopted and getting implemented. My challenge is that I don't know how to be helpful in raising concerns that actually get heard to help us and help the state and help other stakeholders take it seriously. I don't want to be in the position of saying, told you so, told you so. It's not helpful to anybody. So, great effort, great work. It is not a criticism of staff. In fact, you need more help and resources because you get it. You understand. But the constrainment in having to be diplomatic and only looking at it in this box doesn't allow true talking about the elephants in the room. The commission, like staff, takes seriously that we have to implement the laws and the regulations and do so prudently and responsibly. We recognize that a lot of these actions are going to cost a lot. But I don't think that we are as open as we can be on just what that looks like. I don't think that is as open as we can be in embracing looking at the reliability challenges, in embracing talking about it in a way that ties it together. Lip service saying we care about reliability does no one any good. We will continue to weigh all of these things through the lens of maintaining safety and reliability of the energy systems and balancing cost impacts to address energy affordability. But make no mistake, we're not right now truly sharing and truly looking at how to plan for the challenges ahead. We should be talking about power trends. We should be talking about the STAR report. We should be talking about all the different planning reports out there, whether they're in their initial stage or not. We should be talking about the offshore wind data that just got put in by the Reliability Council. We should be talking about that Cap and Invest is going to directly impact customers. We should be talking about it CLCPA plus pre-CLCPA under REV, CES, CEF, SBC, whatever we want to add, plus CLCPA and other legislation, plus things that come as executive orders for targets and other things. All of these things matter. And it matters because it helps give us the information to then understand where we can make a difference so that we are not doing like we did on EEPS and ETIPS, spinning our wheels. We must be clear about that. The cost to achieve the clean energy mandates are being recovered disproportionately through energy rates and prices. That's why we're saying in the energy efficiency order, no mas, we got to figure it out. That's why we're looking for other opportunities. However, a lot of what we are doing is going to drive away competitive markets. It's going to drive away people from having comfort that we got it because we are not being open with them. This report should be sapid and put out for comments. Why? I want to know what people think. I want to know what they think that we are missing. Let's not be afraid to have people weigh in. And if we don't sap it, there's a docket that people can put their comments in and share their best. People are already putting it in. We have other things that are in there that we've put out for comments. No harm, no foul putting it out for comments. Every single person who is involved in energy issues in New York has an obligation to step up and share your best thinking and help us in this overall issue. This was an information-only item. However, technically, the order directed staff to do this annually. If there was an order that directed utilities to do something, there would be a decision on whether or not it meets the compliance. I look at this as it's our obligation, commission as a body, to determine if this is in compliance with the order. Similar to when utilities submit something to us, we offer them critique and an opportunity to submit a revised document, like an emergency response plans. I think this is really good as a first start. But I think now we need to shape this utilizing other things that we're doing, the gas planning, T&D investment issues, all the other things that we're doing, and use this as something that can be modified and improved upon. I think the support that you need is significant. I trust that you and staff truly get it and understand. Reliability is paramount. We should be leading as an agency and as a commission. And I think that it should be made clear. We have many different dockets. Done a good job, especially in the appendix that people haven't seen, kind of listing out those. We need to make sure that they're all moving in the same direction. Where there's misalignment, where there's alignment, what do we need to do? The defer item is a significant one, not only in terms of looking at new technologies and defining some of that, but also in how does this relate to Reliability Council's work, the ISO's work, our own work in system reliability, utilities' work in trying to be responsive to policies. And ultimately, making sure that what we say we care about, maintaining safety and reliability of the energy system and balancing costs, impacts to address energy affordability, actually has real meaning and is not just lip service. So, to the extent that I'm frustrated that I am worried that we are seeing unprecedented amount of concern as we move forward in maintaining reliability and what that looks like. I've been on the commission 10 years. I think I'm more nervous now than I was before. And that concerns me. Because I want us to start working together for solutions that will actually help. We need to get over our reluctance to truly examine our issues and challenges. And I look forward to doing that with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Berman. Much appreciated. I wanted to just hit a few points in response to some of the comments that you made. On the very last slide of the presentation, we hit on some of the issues in terms of challenges. However, we also
I'm going to
added...
pull up the slide.
Sure. So it's the second to last bullet that we, identify that. Could we have broken it out into a separate slide? Absolutely. And that's something we can consider in future reports.
It's slide 20.
Yep.
No,
Slide
we're on
20.
19 right now.
Yep. So we do expand some context in the actual report itself, again, which will be posted in the docket. But, certainly staff is very concerned and, prioritizing issues around maintaining the safety and reliability of the systems. It's why we have other annual informational reports on those topics as well. And it's definitely something that will remain a priority both for the department and the commission as we continue to implement these various programs. And so I just wanted to make that comment. The other one, that you hit on was some of the programs of the past and challenges that we may have found in those programs. I think, certainly the item before addresses that and makes tweaks to how we could implement them in the future. But I think it's important to note that every program that we implement, we're going to learn new things. Maybe we think an idea is a really good idea from the outset, but once we're out in the field and implementing it, we may find challenges or a need to course correct. And I think that's part of what this department for years in implementing various programs has done very well, is continue to review and refine. And so I imagine that will continue to be part of our efforts moving forward. We could have talked about a lot of things in this report. We could have made it hundreds of pages long. And that's because the CLCPA really does kind of touch everything that we do. You mentioned the very recent report that was released by the New York ISO showing a reliability need. That is certainly something that department staff across the board remain, aware of, concerned about, and continue to prioritize on a daily basis. So I want to make sure that just because we didn't emphasize that specific thing in this report, as it's focused on the various programs that we're implementing and what the impacts of those programs have been, we can certainly think about in future reports how we might, more proactively address some of those issues. And then in terms of, the appendix, so we've never really rolled up everything that we do into one place. And as you mentioned in the beginning of your comments, this was a very significant effort. I think, we've learned a lot for future reports. That appendix is an effort to try to simplify for the public all of the different things that relate to CLCPA or quote unquote Climate Act implementation. It's not exhaustive, so we can consider, maybe adding additional things into the appendix in future reports. There might be other things that we maybe didn't pull out that we could, and so we definitely welcome feedback on that. And I think, certainly the comments at today's session will continue to prioritize for future reports. The last point I wanted to make is, the commission order was very specific in the directives it gave us to do this report. In terms of cost recoveries, it was backward looking for a reason. It shows to the public exactly what the impact was on a utility bill. Looking out into the future is very difficult. There are ways to forecast it, but there would be a lot of assumptions and a lot of ranges that we would have to give that could be confusing. I think our attempt at the report at the very end, which was on slide 19, to show the total amount of funding authorized to date, is to give a sense to the public on what, monies are out there that have been authorized that could eventually be recovered. But that's all based on the actual implementation of those programs and what projects or programs actually get implemented. So I think, looking out into the future, we'd have to look at a variety of different scenarios across those programs, which could be very difficult to execute. And so, again, something we could consider for the future, but wanted to provide some context as to why we did what we did in this report and, how it's presented today.
I think that's helpful. I appreciate your willingness to discuss this. The challenge here is that, yes, the commission as a majority approved a very specific directive on what the annual report should look like as a minimum. There were comments at the session when it was approved. I abstained from voting because I felt that we didn't have enough information and wanted more. There were comments back and forth from commissioners and staff saying we take your comments into what you'd like to see into account. We'll move forward. There was no sort of follow-up in terms of, what else could be here, right? Engagement. However, across the board, all of this is about system planning. This is our core bread and butter of what we're supposed to do. We have a number of proceedings that are looking at that. We just asked for the utilities in NYSERDA to put forward their proposals on post-2025. So it may be hard, but we've got to start doing that. And so the last slide, yes, it's like, to me, that slide is like saying reliability is paramount, right? What does that mean? For every one of them, what is it that we're actually doing and articulating? And we do not have to wait another year for the annual report to then start shaping that. It's like when we do information-only items on a number of different things, electric reliability, winter planning, summer planning, et cetera. Staff starts looking at that as soon as that, it's an ongoing process. And along the years, it's been refined to be much more forward-looking and forward-planning. We don't have the luxury of waiting another year and putting all our focus on how to make a report more responsive and saying, well, we don't have to because it just says just do CLCPA in this little thing. We have an obligation to start broader, making it all clear how these things are being aligned and what it means. And to talk about the challenges. You get that. I know you do. That's why I say sap of the comment, sap of the report.
So just for your information, there is, Section 66P, Subdivision 3, that was added by the CLCPA. In the future, all the reports are going to have to be filed for public comment. We will file them for public comment prior to being provided to the commission.
And so what does that mean? By saying that to me, what are you trying to say to me? That, okay, my comment on sapping it, so it's going to be sapped what, tomorrow, put out for comments, and come back?
It's a biennial process that starts next year. We preceded it by a year.
I understand that. I'm not asking for that. I get that. I want much more granular, time-sensitive information, sharing it with us and publicly in a way that helps. Looking at how all of the different state agencies, authorities, Reliability Council, ISO, all the different issues that are impacting us. Anyway, I don't want to be I don't want to be anything other than focused on helpful path forward. And I think that one of the things that is important to me is that I not just be a cheerleader on all the good without recognizing the challenges that we need to address. And I don't think that I would do my job effectively if I didn't share what some of my concerns are in not just internally, but publicly, because we need to start looking at that. And frankly, it's hard when you raise these issues internally and you don't get those things, except for, well, this is the way it is. We don't have to do it that way. And so for me, I share. So I guess thank you to Bob for, your input there. And thank you very much to Jessica and your team that's been working very hard. I recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add, the feedback here today is, in my view, part of the process that we have. And we are going to take this feedback up into making this report more refined, clearer to understand, and more accessible going forward. So thank you for that feedback, Commissioner Berman. Commissioner Alisi.
Well, I think it's an excellent report. Very good report. And of course, there are questions when you have a good report because it makes you think. And so as we think, those questions arise. And I can't wait until we have another session when we can ask those questions and have some answers for them. Not today. Thank you. I know a lot of hard work goes into this, so I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. Jessica, I just have one question, and it might be unfair, and it also could be...
Sorry, Commissioner Edwards, I'm going to have to cut you off. Would you mind moving the mic a little closer, please? We're having a hard time.
Okay, is that better?
Much
Is that better?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, all right. So Jessica, I do have a question. It could be unfair and it also could be more appropriate for the next item, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If you could turn to page 14.
Yep.
Okay, so the Con Ed cost recovery, is that reflected at all in the rate case that is before us in the next item?
So I will start and then I'll let staff jump in if I'm getting it wrong. But the cost
Okay.
recoveries that we show here are backward looking. So it doesn't include what the cost recoveries could be in the rate case, 2023 and beyond. But
Okay,
I'll
say that one
expand
more
upon,
time.
yep. So we're looking
Okay.
at the cost recoveries that have been incurred by customers in the calendar year 2022. Now,
Correct.
it's not to say that this will be exactly the same in all future years, right? Because programs will change, project implementation schedules will change. And so the amount of money that's recovered pursuant to the CLCPA programs in calendar years 2023 and beyond will change based on the schedule of, when projects or measures are installed by customers and when those costs are incurred by the utility.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I guess my question is going to be
Yep.
for the next item. So just as a heads up, I'm going to ask the ALJs to just talk me through how this is in fact reflected in the Con Ed joint proposal, if it is. So that's not for you.
Let me make
Okay.
one further clarification, which is that some of
Okay.
the costs are going to be reflected in the delivery rates, which is what you're going to be voting on in the Con Ed rate case and in every rate case. All of the CES REX programs are not borne out in the delivery rates. They're borne out in the commodity side of the bill, not in the delivery rates.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bob. My other comment was really more just to think about for the next time. I think that this is really good. I want to see how we can, for the next annual report, do a little bit more of a deep dive on what you expect to happen on a going forward basis. So we have all of this is what happened, and then it would be great if you were able to say, this is what I think is going to happen between now and the next year, so that we can then do a check based on what you believe is expected to happen. Did it happen or did it not?
Yeah, thank you. I definitely think that's something we could incorporate. And to your point, we could also hit on some of the changes that we might see from a policy perspective related to the CLCPA, as well as, the impact of, for example, maybe legislation that's passed in the calendar year we're doing the report and how that could impact, the structure of programs and cost in the future. So we'll definitely give some thought to that.
Okay, that'd be great, because you and the team are the experts in this, right? So as you're putting together, here's what happened, it would be great for us to learn more from all of you on, okay, so now going forward, we think that this is going to happen in the next calendar year, and then it'll give us a little bit of a guide to say, are we on track? Are we not on track? And what are the gaps, and what are the things that we need to do in order to course correct? So that would be helpful for me.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Thank you, Jess. Our order gave you maybe the least enviable job in the CLCPA debate of any entity. because we asked you how much stuff cost. And it's very clear, certainly over the last 12, 18 months, that New Yorkers are desperate to know what this is going to cost. The rhetoric surrounding the CLCPA writ large is, don't worry, it pays for itself. Well, I think we just see from our brief snapshot in 2022, well, okay, no, it doesn't pay for itself. It takes real dollars to build transmission. It takes real dollars to build renewable resources. It takes real dollars to insulate and weatherproof homes. I mean, that's real dollars. We can debate whether those dollars are offset by societal benefits, but there are dollars. And this commission has authorized us to put hands in ratepayers' pockets to get those dollars to pay for this. And again, I get this is looking back. And I think everyone, including, to Commissioner Edwards' point, there's got to be next time some looking forward, because we all know. But it's sort of, I said this to you before, this is sort of like we're going across the Great Plains. Boy, this is a great trip to California. No problem, flat, easy going. Holy Lord, those are giant mountains we got to cross. We are at the foothills now. And I think we need to understand that the biggest challenges are all in the future. However, there are some cautionary tales in your report. And they're cautionary tales, I think, and I've mentioned this multiple times, about our broader economic competitiveness in our job creating aspect of our economy. We already have large industrial employers paying in excess of 10% of their bill to support CLCPA goals today. That's before Tier 4. That's before any real OREC costs hit, certainly before any large transmission costs hit the grid. So again, if today a large industrial or a site selection expert says, well, shoot, it's 10% now, what's it going to be going in the future? Because I think as much as residential customers are desperate to know, it is vital that industrial customers know what these projected costs are, because they will make decisions that take many years to implement today about what that will be and what particular aspects of economic activity those particularly multinational corporations will do in New York, or they will do it somewhere else, and what things they might be doing in New York today that looking forward they won't be able to do in New York. So I think that is a really, to me, one of the biggest news that comes out of this. Not news, it's just reiterating on one piece of paper that what those costs are. But again, I do appreciate this, but this is not going to be, and to get to this, if not the Department of Public Service, who else? Because nobody else is seriously in government taking, being transparent. And I do appreciate our efforts at our direction to breathe transparency into this process. And as difficult and as this process was this year, this is nothing. And I really do appreciate what is expected of you guys going forward. And yes, more resource clearly would make it easier, but it won't make the message any less painful. So again, thank you. I think we can glean a lot from this, but again, the hard work lies ahead of us. And and this does, at least I think, minus social benefits and carbon reduction, actually starts telling us how much New Yorkers are going to need to pay to get this done. And I think, just like our first item today, it is very clear that if all of these costs going forward or the vast majority of them, federal money notwithstanding, is just on ratepayers. It clearly won't be sustainable. If it's not sustainable for $1 billion program, it's certainly not sustainable for a $200 billion program. So again, thank you, and well, sympathies and congratulations at the same time.
Thank you. And Commissioner Valesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pick up on Commissioner Howard's transparency thoughts in a minute, but Jessica, I just want to really thank you and the entire team. I know there's a lot of folks here who have done an awful lot of work, including one gentleman on staff who hopefully is watching from home as he cares for his newborn. I'm sure he had a lot to do with this as well. Can I just go back to the slideshow for a minute? If whoever's in charge of the slides, I just wanted to bring up 2 slides. If we could go to slide 9 first, please. And so, Jessica, this is a question. I'll base it off of slide 9, and then a comment on slide 8. But the annual emissions inventory that we are doing that's summarized in this slide, those commissioners who have spoken before me and talking about what other agencies are doing and perhaps how much more other agencies should be telegraphing what they are doing. If I could just ask a specific question on this and refresh my memory. So I know we are either in the year by which at the end of it, DEC is required to do their own greenhouse gas emissions inventory. I think I'm correct. How does what they are doing dovetail with what we are doing, or maybe it doesn't, that you've summarized here on this slide?
Yep. So a couple things. DEC has already promulgated an annual emissions report inventory that we cited in a prior slide. So they had a statutory requirement to do that already, and they've fulfilled that to date. So that statewide inventory looks at the total emissions across a variety of sectors. So it's looking at different sectors. One example would be the electric sector, which we pulled a table out of that report and showed it visually here to show the way that that has evolved over time. There are other tables in the report that are very similar. What we saw the value in from the utility perspective is in that report, it's looking at everything very high level. But when we're looking at individual decisions, for example, in the context of a rate case or a project that a utility wants to do, it would be really good for us to have the information on what is the status of emissions with that particular utility? What are we reducing from that utility service territory, and how does the infrastructure that they manage and operate, what does that mean in terms of emissions? We don't really get that now. And what we do, many of the utilities do report emissions to federal entities on an annual basis or, whatever frequency. So we could use that, but it's not really in New York's context. And so we saw a lot of value in having that. We also, part of what we're doing is we're looking at the filing from the utilities, which is out for comment now. And we really want to make sure that we're aligned in a lot of ways for what that statewide inventory is looking at, how it looks at emissions, so that we're being consistent across our 2 agencies, and also so that we don't have varying pieces of information out there that could be confusing to the public. So it's a very good question.
Great, thank you.
Let me just add one more thing for you. So there is a requirement of the CLCPA for DEC to come out with an emission reduction plan, and that first, plan is due January 1st. It's due in January of 2024.
I think that's what
That's the one that you're
That's
referring
the
to.
Cap and Invest program.
And that they're going to implement that through Cap and Invest. And let me just, by way of example, we obviously are implementing renewables programs here. So that's going to impact the power sector. DEC may, or is likely to include the power sector in its Cap and Invest program. If we, as we move forward to 70 by 30, that sector is obviously going to be decreasing emissions, right? And so I don't know to what extent DEC would have to take that into account in their Cap and Invest program, but I just wanted to give that by way of an example.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And my to slide 8, if we could go back to slide 8 for a moment. and again, those commissioners who have both talked about transparency and also what they would like to see going forward. And Chair, I'll take your offer of adding a suggestion at this point as well. So if we see this slide, it technically by an hour or so is already out of date right now. You could not have added the line that would have said at the end July 2023, because it would have referred to item 203, which we hadn't approved yet. But an hour or so ago, that would now be on there, right? So as a suggestion, this is not a question, but a suggestion for you and the management team going forward. And I recall the conversation that Bob and I had at the time we did the order, and reflecting back on that, I think it would be really helpful to all of us and certainly to the public. And these slides are now in the public domain by virtue of them being presented here, right? To have almost a rolling tracker that continually updates. Now that you've done this, the first one is done and complete and finished. I don't know that we necessarily have to wait until next year for an entirely new report. One of the things I'm thinking, for example, if these slides or a truncated version of these slides, again, in the interest of transparency, were put on our website, say, then it would be very easy at the end of this session for you or someone else here at the agency to add the line that says July 2023, the EEBE order that we just approved. So I think, again, I think to the degree that we can make this sort of a rolling document or a living, breathing document, as opposed to waiting until next year at this time, and we'll all wait and see what happens and go from there. If you could take that back and give that some thought, I'd appreciate that. Chair, obviously through your leadership. Thank you very much.
Just want to jump in and say I think that's a good suggestion. Part of what we were doing and kind of summarizing what each of the dockets were in the appendice, for example, right? It shows basically a description of what each of those initiatives are, but not a status of where those initiatives are. So, definitely something that we can take into the future for either, updates in this report and or a way to give updates more frequently to the public and in between. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Majori.
Thank you. I think the purpose of this report was to track and assess progress, and I think that this report does exactly that. Having spent most of my career on the staff side of things, I also want to acknowledge the enormity of the effort that went into producing this, and I think that the first report is the toughest. So to Commissioner Valesky's point about updating this going forward, I think that hopefully that will be, now you've got the ball rolling. But I think this is an enormously useful report. It's something that I suspect I'll be referring to in the future. I could also imagine this being extremely useful for other agencies. And I couldn't help but think how useful it would be. The CLCPA calls out the DPS and the DEC, but it also applies to every other state agency there is, and how useful it would be to see how they're doing with those provisions like Section 7, how they're doing, how the other agencies are doing. But I want to congratulate you on accomplishing something that's quite enormous. I do have two questions, and I think they're both quick. The first is, you had mentioned a report on how benefits are going to redound to disadvantaged communities that is slated to come out next year. And I just wanted to ask if you anticipate that report is going to have a geographic breakdown of how those benefits are being realized.
Sure. Yeah. So part of what, is going into that report was the definition of the criteria by the Climate Justice Working Group for where these geographic areas are across the state and how to identify those communities. So that piece of work was done this year. So that information is now available. Now what's going to be done is staff in our agency across other agencies is going to be looking across every clean energy investment and program and try to determine, especially for the place-based investments, so where we can actually pinpoint a location where an investment was made, how to be able to make
Yeah.
that geographically transparent. So I think that will be part of the effort.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my other question is this. So, I think as a lot of the discussion has sort of indicated, there's an enormous interest, including from me, and I suspect from you, to wonder how the future is going to play out. And I know that you don't have a crystal ball, so we've talked about different ways of making assessments of what is expected to happen. But what I want to ask you is a question about where we are today, in terms of how does it look in terms of how we're coming along on meeting our CLCPA mandated goals.
Well, I'll start off by saying I wish I did have a crystal ball. I think it's important to, note that New York has the benefit of having already been a leader in the climate and clean energy space for decades. We built a really solid foundation of programs, some of which, we just heard about in the item before mine, that have put the state in a really good position to continue our efforts in renewable energy project development, in maintaining the reliability of our energy systems, and in the decarbonization of the buildings and transportation sectors. The actions that this commission and the department have taken, again, with other partners at the utilities and elsewhere, have already shown some significant progress, and that's what you heard about today. So we heard today about some of the progress that we've made on programs pursuant to the CLCPA. I think, there's a lot of anxiety, I think, out there about how we can actually achieve the goals of the CLCPA. But, I think we've learned a lot through the decades of work that the state and, the department and commission have done through our work, either state partner-wise or with federal agencies, to really realize the achievement of projects. I think that's really the focus of where we are today. There's significant opportunities to leverage benefits at the federal level, to work across some of the sectors of government to make some of these programs a reality. And so I think the goals are definitely difficult to achieve. There's no denying that the scale and shift of investments is pretty significant. But, I think we're going to do that in continuing to maintain our core mission here at the department in preserving the reliability and safety of our energy systems. But also, I think one of the focuses for us, and I think we heard from a lot of the commissioners today, is we need to do that with a lens towards preserving energy affordability. And that will be certainly a focus of many of us at the department, at the commission, as well as other agencies, as we really move these projects forward. But I think we're in a good spot. I think we've built a good foundation, but there's no doubt that there's a significant amount of work ahead, and it's going to require a significant amount of investment. And part of what the report speaks to is a lot of the investment has been through rates, but we really need to be creative in the way that we fund these projects and programs moving forward. And certainly the work that we've been doing in working with utilities and other agencies and leveraging federal funding, to whatever extent we can and to whatever extent it's available, we're going to continue to do that. Whatever means we have to reduce the cost impacts to ratepayers for these programs, rest assured that a lot of the folks at this agency and across state government are actively involved in making that a reality. So, great question. I wish I could say, yes, for sure, it's achievable. But I think, we've built a good foundation and we're on the way to getting us there.
Great, thank you. And my final comment is just digesting the answer to that question that you just gave me. In light of the larger discussion that we've been having on this item, we really have three enormous challenges. The one is, we talked about reliability, we talked about affordability, and now we just talked about achieving the legally mandated CLCPA goals. And I don't think achieving any of those three things is going to be easy. But I appreciate this report. I think that it tells us where we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, it has been 2 hours and 40 minutes since we began today's session. I think it's night time for a short break. Why don't we take 15 minutes to stretch our legs? By my clock, it's 1:10 p.m., and we'll return at 1:25 p.m. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're now beginning our third discussion item for today. Item 201, cases 22-E-0064 and 22-G-0065, which relates to the Consolidated Edison Company of New York's rate plan. It'll be presented today by Administrative Law Judges James Costello and Ashley Moreno. Judge Costello, please begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is James Costello, and I was assigned to preside over these proceedings with Administrative Law Judge Ashley Moreno, who is with me here this afternoon. Before you is a draft order that would establish electric and gas delivery rate plans for a 3-year period beginning on January 1st, 2023, and continuing until December 31st, 2025, for Consolidated Edison Company of New York, Inc., which I am going to refer to as Con Edison or the company. The draft order generally would adopt a joint proposal, or JP, that was filed in these cases on February 16th, 2023. I'll briefly provide you with some background information, detail the agreement's revenue requirements, and highlight certain provisions in the joint proposal. The company commenced these proceedings in January of 2022, and after various parties filed testimony and rebuttal testimony, the cases proceeded to settlement negotiations, resulting in the filing of the joint proposal in February 2023. The joint proposal is signed by Con Edison, Department of Public Service staff, the City of New York Energy Consumers Council, Consumer Power Advocates, Walmart, and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. In addition, New York Power Authority, Natural Resources Defense Council, New York Geothermal Energy Organization, and Mr. Bob Wyman signed the joint proposal with respect to Con Edison's electric operations. And Advanced Energy United signed the joint proposal in connection with the earnings adjustment mechanisms in the joint proposal, or the EAMs. Con Edison Department of Public Service staff, the City of New York, Walmart, New York Energy Consumers Council, New York Power Authority, and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority filed statements in support of the joint proposal. Advanced Energy United filed a statement in support of the EAMs. Amtrak filed a letter stating that it did not oppose the joint proposal. The Environmental Defense Fund filed a statement of neutrality. Natural Resources Defense Council and New York Geothermal Energy Organization filed statements in support of the electric provisions and in opposition to the gas provisions of the joint proposal. Bob Wyman indicated his support of the electric provisions of the joint proposal, but filed opposition to the gas provisions. CityBridge filed a statement in opposition to the electric provisions on limited grounds, and NRG filed a statement of limited opposition on behalf of energy service companies. The Public Utility Law Project of New York, AARP New York, We Act for Environmental Justice, and Alliance for a Green Economy, Senator Robert Jackson, Sane Energy, and Assemblymember Zoran Mandani filed statements in opposition to both the gas and electric provisions of the joint proposal. The Department of Public Service staff, the City of New York, We Act and Agree, AARP and Pulp filed post-evidentiary hearing briefs. All of the arguments made by the parties in support and opposition to the joint proposal are addressed in the draft order before you. So I'll briefly turn to the revenue requirements and indicate that the revenue requirement increases in the joint proposal are significantly less than Con Edison's initial positions. In its initial filing, Con Edison sought to increase electric delivery revenues by approximately $1.2 billion, which would have resulted in a 17.6% increase in delivery revenues or an 11.2% increase in total revenues. Pursuant to the company's request, during the period that would have covered rate year 1, a typical residential electric customer using 600 kilowatt hours a month would have experienced a total monthly bill increase of $20.78, which represents a 13.1% increase. For its gas business, Con Edison requested an increase in annual gas delivery revenues of approximately $500 million, a 21.8% increase in delivery revenues, or an 18.2% increase in total revenues. For the period that would have covered rate year 1, a typical residential gas heating customer using 100 therms a month would have experienced a total monthly bill increase of about $30.86, or a 15% increase. As stated earlier, the joint proposal would establish electric and gas rate plans for a 3-year period. The joint proposal provides for electric delivery revenue increases of $442.3 million in rate year 1, $517.5 million in rate year 2, and $382.2 million in rate year 3. The joint proposal would levelize those rate increases to $475 million per rate year to moderate rate impacts. On a total bill basis, the results would yield a 4.2% increase in rate year 1, a 4.0% rate increase in rate year 2, and a 3.8% rate increase in rate year 3. For gas delivery revenues, the joint proposal provides for increases of $217 million in rate year 1, $173.3 million in rate year 2, and $122 million in rate year 3. The joint proposal would levelize those increases to $187.2 million per rate year. On a total bill basis, the results would yield an increase of 6.7% in rate year 1, 6.3% in rate year 2, and 5.9% in rate year 3. To put this in context, in comparison to the 13.1% typical residential electric monthly bill increase for a 600 kilowatt hour per month customer that Con Edison originally sought for the period coming rate year 1, the typical residential monthly bill increase for such a customer under the joint proposal is 5.8%. And in comparison to the 15% typical residential gas monthly bill increase for a 100 therm per month heating customer that Con Edison originally sought for the period covering rate year 1, the typical residential gas monthly bill increase for such a customer under the joint proposal is 7.2%. The joint proposal allows a 9.25% return on equity with a common equity ratio of 49%. It also includes an earnings sharing mechanism that is triggered if the company's actual return exceeds 9.75 in any rate year. The increases for the electric business are driven primarily by additional capital investments, changes in depreciation expense, and growth in property taxes. The increases for the gas business are driven primarily by additional capital investments, lower forecasted sales volumes, and changes in depreciation expense. Property taxes, which are beyond the control of the company, account for 33% of the electric revenue requirement increases and 23% of the gas revenue requirement increases over the term of the rate plans. The joint proposal allows Con Edison to be made whole by recovering shortfalls and refunding overcollections resulting from the suspension period extension related to settlement negotiations. The joint proposal moderates the impact of the make whole by extending its recovery through December 31st, 2024 for the electric business and through December 31st, 2025 for the gas business. The joint proposal requires Con Edison to take various steps in furtherance of the state's greenhouse gas reduction targets and clean energy priorities as stated in the Community Leadership and Consumer Protection Act, or the CLCPA. This is in addition to the ongoing steps the Commission is taking to address the CLCPA in various generic proceedings, including the CLCPA implementation and gas planning proceedings. Among other things, the joint proposal includes funding for a distributed energy resource make-ready program for low-income customers that will support CLCPA distributed solar energy and energy storage targets and provide benefits to low-income ratepayers. It includes funding for the company to build 2 non-wires alternatives energy storage facilities, one of which will be located in a disadvantaged community in Glendale, Queens. The joint proposal provides funding for the reliable clean city projects that will enable the retirement of older, higher air polluting peaker generation plants while providing a new pathway enabling 900 megawatts of renewable energy to be delivered to Con Edison service territory. The joint proposal funds programs and projects that will support electrification of transportation and heating, deliver offshore wind energy, and enable clean distributed generation resources to connect to the electric system. It effectuates cost recovery of various programs that were authorized through separate commission proceedings and will further CLCPA goals, including the electric and gas energy efficiency programs, the clean heat program, the light-duty electric vehicle make-ready program, and associated medium and heavy-duty electric vehicle make-ready pilot, the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program, and REV demonstration projects. The joint proposal also subjects the company to more stringent leak backlog targets and requires it to prioritize the repair of high-emission leaks by using advanced leak detection technology. It requires the company to continue repairing or replacing leak-prone pipe using a risk-based prioritization algorithm, and to assess whether it can eliminate gas main as part of its gas infrastructure reduction or replacement program by considering whether a gas main is at the end of the system or has a small number of customers attached that are easy to switch to electric service using non-pipe alternatives. The joint proposal requires the company to conduct outreach and education for ratepayers who are planned recipients of gas service replacement on the benefits of electrification. Requires the company to consider delaying associated main replacement work and facilitate electrification efforts and attempt to develop non-pipe alternative projects focused on gas service line replacements. The joint proposal also requires Con Edison to end all marketing and remove all marketing materials that promote the conversion to natural gas. As explained in detail in the draft order, the joint proposal protects ratepayers, maintains Con Edison's ability to obtain capital at reasonable rates, and enables Con Edison to continue to provide safe and reliable service to customers. The joint proposal does so while remaining consistent with the environmental, social, and economic policies of the Commission and state, including the CLCPA, and it produces a result consistent with the potential outcomes that could be expected to have been achieved in a fully litigated proceeding. All interested parties had a full opportunity to address the provisions of the joint proposal, which ultimately has been supported by various parties with diverse interests. Accordingly, we recommend that the Commission adopt the joint proposal, subject to the additional requirements regarding the filing in Con Edison's next rate case of a comprehensive summary of charges appearing on customer bills and associated impacts, and on reporting requirements regarding interconnection projects to receive renewable natural gas. Both of those are addressed also in the draft order before you. This concludes my presentation. ALJ Moreno and I and various members of senior staff are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, ALJ Costello and ALJ Moreno. I know this was a long, difficult process, and having sat in on a number of the public hearings, I know this was a fairly contentious case to bring about. I think of our role here in the Commission as economic regulators, and it really is to strike a balance, a very delicate balance, as you pointed out, one between the rates we need to charge customers and the rate of return that's fair to the utility. And if we do it right, customers get the service they need reliably and affordably, and utilities can provide that service reliably long term. Now, looking at what you were saying earlier about the number of parties that signed on, it seems several agree with that approach, to varying degrees in some cases, but generally there's some agreement that you've achieved that balance. But I look at the number of public comments in this case. I think there were over 7,500 public comments. And just before I continue, I'm curious, is that the most you've seen in a rate case that you've worked on during your time here at DPS?
I don't know if it's actually the most. It is up there.
It is certainly up there, yeah. And I mean, the number of comments, I think, is aligned with the level of public interest. I think that's fairly direct and easy to acknowledge. And the one thing I think these comments all have in common, despite varying tones and perspectives, it's recognition that New Yorkers everywhere still face economic challenges coming out of the COVID pandemic. And these hardships are only going to be exacerbated further by rising prices. And in particular, when salaries are not rising at the same pace as which these prices are rising. I look at these challenges and I think about that in the context of our role here, as economic regulators. And even under the best of circumstances, I don't think there's a rate case in which anyone favors the rate increases that are coming down the pipe. And I think in this instance, I look at what we're doing. I look at the projects that are moving forward and the rationale behind them. And I think I have solace in the fact that these investments are being used to reinforce much of the work we've already done in building the system of the future we're looking for, and further increasing that foundation and creating a better platform from which we can achieve our climate goals and other goals, and most notably maintain reliability of the system. So I look at this and I see it as what it is. It's the result of a negotiation. And one of the things my negotiation professor shared with me many years ago is very rarely does everybody get what they want in negotiation. And I think in this instance, that applies. Looking at where the utility started, we've significantly reduced the impact, I think by more than 50% on customers. And you've done more, and you've spread out that impact over time, which I think is an important point to note. And though we recognize affordability, we also recognize we need to maintain the system. We need to keep it going. And this rate case will help do just that. Now, on the subject of affordability, the Commission has done much to advance that issue through our arrears reduction programs and a variety of other energy affordability programs as well, and we'll continue those efforts to help individuals who are burdened by higher rates. But ultimately, I look at the work before me and presented in this order, and I see a work product that is ultimately consistent with state policies and aligned with the greater good. And so I want to thank you for your hard work, and thank you. Appreciate it. We'll go to Commissioner Berman.
Thank you so much. So first, I want to take a moment of personal privilege to really recognize that under ALJ LaCake's, the office of the ALJs has never run smoother, and the trust that I have in the due diligence and professionalism, and all of you even have really worked together well as a team, and it's really nice to feel that you have really good ability to have thoughtful analysis, to try to work hard at working with the different parties who may have very different opinions, and to try to get the best work product out there in a way that is sound. And I just really thank you. It's not just this case, but it strikes me that this was a really hard case.
Thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate that.
So this for me is one that I will be supporting. while recognizing the huge challenges, because it is it's pain there will be pain. It's a huge rate increase. And, outside, seeing sort of all the other things that are outside of the rate case, it's not going to be easier for folks. And, I kind of look at this as we have an obligation as a commission to recognize the challenge, and the goal of New York State energy policy is to balance reliability, environmental sustainability, safety, and the cost of energy supply to meet the needs and demands of consumers and to support the growth of our state's economy. And that has really been a laser focus for me, especially as we then look to what this means when we have the rate cases. And we have to be mindful as we move forward with system reliability, safety, resiliency, and ensuring that we're properly and appropriately maintaining and modernizing the grid for the safety and reliability of customers. And we have to look at it with policy considerations that are there. And looking at the order, the draft order, and listening, I come back to what is our responsibility and the three prongs of the Commission's settlement guidelines, which establish the criteria. And the first is striking a balance between protecting the utility's customers, providing fairness to investors, and enabling the long-term ability of the utility to provide its essential services to customers who rely on that service. And I have no doubt, looking at it, that as a whole, that prong is met. Then the second is to be consistent with the environmental, social, and economic policies of both the agency and the state. And while I may quibble on some of the things that are in there and disagree with perhaps some of the policy direction, I recognize the soundness of it being consistent with those policies and also trying to fit it within the appropriateness of moving forward in the transition of that. And then the third is it produces a result consistent with the range of possible outcomes through a fully litigated proceeding. And I take pause there for a moment. I think it does, but I struggled a little bit because there were a number of parties who seemed to take exception to it in that, being sort of focused on that, thinking that the settlement process is one that is not fair, the settlement process being one that they would probably see it as not meeting the third prong of being consistent with the range of possible outcomes through a fully litigated proceeding. And kind of looking at that and sort of trying to wrap my head around that. And the chair talked a little bit about not everybody, negotiations, not everyone's, if everybody's, I forget exactly, but a little bit of not everyone's happy. So maybe it's the fairest, right? And there's certain different issues and trying to be give and take. Over the years, we've seen sort of a newer folks come into the settlement process, newer folks coming into the rate cases, different entities, different focus. And so it is important for us to ensure that the process is fair, to ensure that we are working with everyone to help them understand the rate process and the settlement guidelines and how we get from here to there. And there's a certain timeline that it has to get done. Not lost on me, I think there's about a 6-month make-whole provision, which does have a dramatic impact on costs that have to get baked then in after the joint proposal. So I did ask staff prior to the session to give me their best guess on, when some of the parties who have opposed the proceeding, perhaps have they always opposed rate cases? Have they ever supported a rate case, knowing that it'd be different for a little bit? And their general recollection, which I think is a correct one, Agree New York signed on to NYSEG Gas and RG&E Gas in the 2009 rate case, and signed on to Central Hudson's JP in the 2020 rate case. Pulp signed on to Central Hudson's JP in the 2020 rate case and the 2017 rate case. Pulp also signed the O&R Gas JP that was in case 18G0068. Sane Energy has never signed on, but it's important to note that they never got involved in rate cases until the 2019 Kedney case. And ARP has signed in the past, but they tend to only become a party to maybe 1/3 of active rate cases, and they generally only get involved in the Con Ed and Kedney cases, and that's been for about the past decade or so. So why is this information important? Because I do think that the rhetoric around that the process is unfair is one that we need to be very cognizant of, but also push back when it's an unfair characterization. I do think that the process, like any process, can always be improved. I do think that there is a significant due diligence on the part of the ALJs to ensure that the process is fair. And I do think that in this case, while there may be parties who are opposed to it, they're opposed to it perhaps on substantive reasons, but I don't think it is the fault of the procedural process. In fact, I think the procedural process has been very sound. And I raise this not to diminish the frustration with the parties who are opposed. I think that it's healthy to raise up your voice, and I think it's helpful to us both process-wise and substantively. But I raise that because we have to meet the prong of, is the result consistent with the range of possible outcomes through a fully litigated proceeding? And if the process was deemed unfair by us, that prong wouldn't be met. And I raise it more as I think we need to take note of that. I will say that for sometimes, if every party who supported it always supported it, right? If across the board you only had, all 10 people who were participating always supported it, you might need to look at what that is, right? Now, we also look when we only have a proceeding where only staff and the company is supporting that, because that's something that we have to look at, right? So information on who supports it and opposes it actually goes into our deliberative process after the JP, because I think it's for us to weigh what some of those concerns were substantively to see about the soundness of the joint proposal. So even if you oppose the joint proposal, I feel like your voice is heard. You may not, even if we support the joint proposal, it does, obviously I can understand a party who's opposed to it being upset by that, but we did carefully evaluate your concerns and also look to what this means going forward. So the rate case and the decision is not then the end of your concerns. It may be the end in terms of for the rate itself, but some of the very issues you may have are actually looked at in other things as well. So I don't know if that is helpful, but for me, it's important. And, I'll pause in case you have any thoughts to that, but.
Well, I'll just say first that I really want to thank Judges Moreno and Costello for their professionalism and their dedication throughout this proceeding. And I say that about all the judges. I have the utmost regard for all the ALJs in our office, and that we all appreciate the seriousness with the matters that come before us, and we show all the due care, respect, and fairness to all the parties that the Commission expects of us. Under the Public Service Law, the Office of Hearings is designated by the chair to represent, to stand in the place of the commissioners, to manage the litigation matters that come before the Commission. And there is a lot of trust in that from the Commission, and we honor the trust that you put in us to manage that and try to approach things with that mind. I think we often run into parties who misunderstand that while they're free to make all of the claims that they want in a case that comes before us, that the Commission's regulations with regard to hearings just ensure that those claims are fairly vetted and fairly heard, but it doesn't entitle an outcome that necessarily is favorable to them. And that goes for both settlement agreements and compacts that are provided to us, as well as litigated outcomes. The last rate case that went fully litigated that ended up with a recommended decision was the 2016 National Fuel Gas rate proceeding. We've had a couple of fully litigated cases since then, but instead of having a recommended decision, they went straight to order. But if you look at that 2016 rate case, you can see where the process of a recommended decision allows the administrative law judge to put into words on paper the evaluation of all the claims that are being made and why logically, the thought process is behind what gets credited and what doesn't. And while that's in some of the orders that then get presented to the Commission, I think that middle step often gets lost, and we don't produce recommended decisions in joint proposal situations, and it's often because we wanted to get the joint proposal decided sooner rather than later. But I don't know, other than saying it, how to try and assure these parties that they are given a fair hearing on all of the claims that they bring forward. We take them seriously, and we consider whether their input can change the recommendations that we make. And again, we provide the parties with the Commission settlement guidelines every time the parties go into settlement negotiations. And we abide by those, and we follow those. And we give them the process that the Commission requires us to.
Thank you for that. Then I just have two sort of questions, or one is in item 203, we made some decisions related to EAMs. And in this joint proposal, there's a number of EAMs that encourage the company to deliver beneficial outcomes. Electrification, energy efficiency, and heating of buildings from both electric and gas, increasing the megawatts of demand reduction in demand response programs, accelerating light-duty electric vehicle adoption, reducing average company timeline for interconnection of transportation electrification projects, working with solar DER and expanding the use of solar DER, supporting installation of customer-sited energy storage, and developing an EAM for managed charging over the next 2 to 3 months. How does this align with item 203, which takes a pause on the EAMs going forward? and I don't know if it's for the ALJs or I know, I don't want to put anyone in an uncomfortable spot, but.
Okay, I think that certainly a lot of deliberation went into looking at the two items together. And the joint proposal included EAMs that were designed to reward behavior that was going beyond standard fare. And also the rate plan goes through 2025. The emphasis in the EAM order looks beyond that point. So I guess with any further nuances to that, perhaps I could turn to Kevin Mann.
Yeah, so one of the nuances would be that in item 203, those EAMs were specific to those that are energy efficiency and building electrification related, not EAMs across the board, just kind of those specific topics. And I would echo the Judge Moreno's point that item 203 is putting a pause on anything new that would come up and likely extend beyond that 2025 timeframe. If there were a joint proposal that was multi-year, it would go beyond that. So this pause from 203 is really kind of related to an older vintage of EAM in energy efficiency and building electrification, of which this particular joint proposal does not include. This, for EE and BE, the EAMs are of a different design.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important. I do think that sort of my kind of looking at it and going back and forth over it, I'm comfortable in that the 203 item 1 is not saying no to EAMs and is also looking at it post 2025. But I also think that in here, in this joint proposal that's before us, it's also about, it's somewhat aligned with the messaging in the 203 related to delivering deeper savings, right? And not just, I want to say sharing the road, but sharing the savings. So from that, I think it's important. This obviously will impact other, joint proposals that are out there as well, because the order makes clear it's for those that are entered into after the fact. So to the extent that we're looking at that, I think that's important. Okay, so thank you for clarifying. That's helpful. The other issue is there's a focus on, rightfully so, that there's been an under subscription in energy affordability programs. Now, my understanding is that, we are leaning in more in terms of trying to get more folks signed up on energy affordability programs. But it's not just a New York issue. And in fact, there has always been a need to do all we can from an education and outreach perspective to increase the reach of our low-income energy programs, whether in New York or nationwide. And there's a lot of research being done in terms of how to do that in a way that helps address some of the challenges there. So I just wonder if we feel comfortable that it's being addressed or will be addressed sufficiently in this joint proposal and some of the directives that are there to really increase that customer outreach. I see.
Yes, I think so. The joint proposal includes provisions to conduct on a quarterly basis a file matching procedure. And there's also additional provisions included in the joint proposal that would kind of put a check on that system to ensure that it's working as designed and that there are not any problems with that process. So that the reporting with regards to the file match process will come into the EAP reports that it conducts. If there are any issues, there's a required reporting to the parties in the case to advise of that. So I think that from the record that we have before us and what's included in the joint proposal, it appears that the program and the checks that are involved in the joint proposal and requiring also of the company to have more internal controls over that process, I think indicates that that any problems that may have experienced in the past with regards to enrollment, that there are new checks in place to ensure that those problems do not arise again. And I don't know whether Eric, you might have anything further. Absolutely.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So just a couple of facts for you to consider. Over the last year, Con Ed's enrollment in EAP has increased by about 9%. In June of 2022, enrollment was 440,000 participants, and that has increased to 479,000. And though that the increases are really due to our work in phase one, where we encouraged customers to enroll in the EAP and they could get arrears relief. We also worked on additional outreach and education in those forums. And we also developed self-enrollment processes statewide so that customers could take advantage of that, enroll into EAP. So enrollment is going up at Con Edison. And I would also say that enrollment is a statewide issue. It's not a Con Ed issue. It's a statewide issue. And in the Energy Affordability Policy Working Group, we're actively working to identify what the universe of energy affordability participants should be and ways to improve enrollment moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It also is something when I'm looking at this that I recognize that a lot of the rate increase is due to things outside of the control of the company itself, whether it's state mandated policies or other local mandates. And so, that's something that we need to be mindful of, especially as we look forward in other clean energy policy initiatives, and understanding that, the upward trend and the cost impacts are going to grow and increase. And as we see from the New York ISO Power Trends and STAR report, and NERC and other things, the reliability issues are paramount for us to really get a handle on and understand, especially in the New York City footprint, the significant challenges that are there. So anyway, so I thank you. I appreciate, I think, the overall draft order that's before us, and I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to applaud this effort. It's not easy. Everybody wants the most they can get and give the least they can give, but I think that our history in this room and related kinds of circumstances tells us that compromise is probably the best way to get something done, and this is a compromise. It's an agreement. So what this agreement does, I think, satisfies first and foremost the public interest and knowing that they are going to have a reasonable amount of charges for the goods and services, not an exorbitant amount, but a reasonable amount, provided by the business that needs that income so that it can pay for the things that it provides, and that also includes paying for, in the cases where labor is unionized, paying for those agreements. But again, all of that leads to a stability. You have all kinds of agreements between everybody. And that's good. That's a solid thing for a 3-year period. People can rest easy while they're complaining about not getting enough and paying too much. But the fact of the matter is, nothing is perfect. This will keep the utilities alive. It will keep the employees alive. It will, no pun intended, it will keep the ratepayers alive. And even some of the investors might enjoy 3 more years of life if they're satisfied with the returns that come to them. But everybody should feel confident in this, because goods and services will continue to be produced in a workplace and in a stable workplace. And that's good for those people that do work. The outcome will most likely will be a good outcome. There's some satisfaction and some security knowing that when you have a multi-year agreement, that you also have a certain amount of security involved in knowing that when you go to work for which you get paid, your job means something. You do your job. The same amount of security that when you flick on the switch when you're paying your bill, that the lights will come on. Simple things that you don't think about. So what am I driving at here? Nobody wants to pay more. Nobody wants to work harder. Nobody wants to buy goods and services that are more expensive, but everybody wants what this kind of a deal will produce. And that's what's going to happen here. It will also, to some extent, be a benchmark for other rate case increases that are standing on the hilltops right now, ready to roll into this room. So I think that it's a good agreement. I think it makes a statement for a very large organization that it will be able to do what it says it's going to do to satisfy the people's needs. And I think that the other utilities that are coming down the road will recognize the strong philosophy and the strong willingness to have a meaningful debate that produces a meaningful product is what they should be looking at when they come into the room. So that's my overview, and I'll be supporting it with my vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. I have 2 questions. The first is, I'm not sure if the ALJs heard my question in the prior discussion about the 14 million cost recovery, and if that was somehow reflected in this rate case. I think Bob answered it in part. I just want to see if either one of you have any other comments.
We'll turn to Tim Canty for assistance with this.
Yeah, so the amounts showed on that slide were for 2022, and so those specific costs are not included.
Can you please speak up?
Sorry.
And turn on your mic.
So that slide was related to 2022. So those specific costs on that slide are not included in this rate case, but there are CLCPA costs that are forward-looking that are included in this rate case. So these are cumulative numbers. Energy efficiency of about $189 million over the 3-year period. Smart charge, $1.6 million over the 3-year period. EV Make Ready, $6 million over the 3 years. And on the gas side, $47 million cumulatively over the 3 years for energy efficiency.
So if the 14 million is reflected in 2022, and if this is a forward-looking rate case, what happened with those dollars? Like, where was that cost recovery allocated?
So those costs would have been collected in 2022 under the previous rate plan.
Under the previous rate plan.
Or the current rate plan, I guess.
Okay. Okay, I guess. Okay.
And I'll clarify some of that. Is that so? That's the portion that were in base rates of that 14 million. Not all of those are collected through base rates, but some are through surcharges.
Okay. All right. So, ALJ Costello, can I just ask you, since you preside over these deliberations, when the initial submission comes in from Con Ed with the revenue requirements, can you just talk a little bit about what is the process? So what happens, and if you could just step me through that a little bit on what is done with that, because the initial submission, using your words, came in at rate year 1 with a, let me just go back to your original comment. Hold on one second. For the electric side was a 17.6 increase, and on the gas side was a 28.1 increase in delivery, or 18.2 increase in total revenues. So once that comes in, what happens next?
After that, they have an opportunity to file corrected and updated testimony, which can modify those numbers somewhat, and I think they modify them downward a bit. Then staff and other parties, but staff especially, does a complete review of all of the programs that are being proposed. They do a bottoms-up review and then determine what things are appropriate and necessary, and they come back and they put in testimony and exhibits supporting what they believe is appropriate and necessary for a one rate case. During the evidentiary period, it's all about a one rate case. And so then the utility has an opportunity to submit rebuttal testimony and exhibits, agreeing or disagreeing with staff, and then from there, when they go into negotiations, those are the limits that we have that people are looking at that they can negotiate with. And I'm going to also give somebody else an opportunity to give maybe a more detailed explanation, but that's generally the process that's involved.
Okay. Does anybody else want to say anything before I continue?
Well, before I guess we look to advisory staff from other offices, I would just also add that the process that comes before us is the final working product of each of the parties to the case. So while DPS trial staff may be reviewing all of that information and creating their case, what we see from the bench is the final product that gets filed, the pre-filed testimony in the case. So certainly another member of senior staff can talk to maybe more detail about what's involved in the DPS trial staff review. But from our perspective, what we see coming in is, as Judge Costello mentioned, the initial rate filing followed by an update. During that period of time, all of the parties are conducting discovery and further investigating the filings of the company so that they can develop their case to put forward for the record.
Right. And Director Hogan, do you want to talk about the Commission's policy on historic test year?
Yeah, sure. I'll address that. And I think that references ALJ Costello's, he mentioned a bottoms-up approach. And so regardless of what the company files, regardless of the size of its increased request, what staff is looking at, it starts with a historic test year, a historical test period with actual numbers, and then it forecasts. I apologize. With the, is it possible to close that door? Or? I guess it's coming from there. Okay. Sorry, I hear myself 2 seconds after the fact, so it's a little distracting. We start with the historical test year. Is there a way to...
Listening to you twice is always good.
Most would say they still don't understand it after that, but keeps me employed. So we start with the historical test year. We have actual costs that the company has incurred, and so we then forecast what during the rate year the costs are going to be. And to do that, we will often look at what inflation is going to be for some cost elements. We'll look at what program changes are being designed. We'll look at what debt costs are expected to be in the future. All of this leads to a forecast of what total expenses are going to be. A bottom-up approach, labor, amount of capital investment. Mike Reeder could speak better to this, but there's a very rigorous process we do to investigate what the company is doing in terms of capital improvements. And so staff will, I'll say, sharpen its pencil and make adjustments to what has been requested in terms of capital investment. That's going to impact how much return is required, how much depreciation expense there is. All of these elements are worked on, leading to a cumulative dollar amount for the rate year that staff thinks needs to be recovered by the company. Again, a bottoms-up approach that's independent from what the utility files. And then staff's adjustments are based on the delta between what the company filed and what staff has filed. And of course, other interveners weigh in, often not on the level of, definitely not on the level of detail I just mentioned, on individual elements, but they do weigh in on certain costs, certain projects, etc. And all of that finds its way into the settlement process as well.
Thank you. So I want to make sure I make a couple of points. One is, I think that the staff and the judges do a tremendous job in the settlement negotiations. I can't say enough about all of the hard work that all of you have put into this. So I want to make sure that my comments now are not taken in any way to be a reflection on the team. I have a tremendous concern about the structure and the process, because we do have a responsibility for balance. Our economy is improving. We've just went through a budget process for the state that I think was responsible and sound. However, you know, people are still rebounding. And although that we're on a rebound, there are families that were already behind. So they are rebounding, but they are not getting ahead yet. So my biggest concern that I just cannot get past, is that the starting point that the utility put in here is to ask a typical family to have a monthly bill increase as a starting point on the electric side of 13.1%. And on the gas side is 15%. I just cannot get past that because I hear you that the staff is doing a bottoms up, but I also heard that there are adjustments that the staff and the process is looking at what the company submitted, that the company is then given an opportunity to rebut. So although there is a bottoms up, I cannot get past that the company originally is asking for way too high of an amount to then get to this end result. And unfortunately, rightfully or wrongfully, I believe that if they had come in at a much more just and reasonable initial starting point, we could somehow have had a even better result. That's my view. We have tremendous things that we have to balance, especially with our priorities with CLCPA, which is critically important. So we have to balance what are all of the other investments that have to be made. And you know, in simple terms, just in simple terms, I tried to think of an analogy. And the only thing I can come up with is that when I used to ask for stuff with my parents' commissioner, I used to ask for a whole bunch of stuff, thinking that I'd get some of it. I'll get some of it. So I asked for everything. And then the negotiation starts between myself and my parents, and then I would get something. And that's what I just cannot get out of my head. That I don't understand why a utility in this day and age would put on a table an original submission of 15%, of 13.1%. I just can't. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't understand the world that they are living in. I don't. So it's probably better that they don't hear me because I'm going to get worse as I get along. But listen, I want to start where I want to end where I started. I truly believe that the ALJ, the judges, the staff, you did I can't think of something else you could have done. So if the question is what else that we could have done, I don't think that you could have done anything better than what you are doing now. My core issue with this is we have to change what this process is, because the starting point, and that has to be on the utility, cannot be on us. The starting point of putting in a submission and asking for customers to pay this amount initially to get to the end result of where we are now, I believe that if they had done a better job at their starting point, we would have had a better result. That's where I am. So I don't know if anybody wants to have any comments, but that's where I am.
Commissioner, not with respect to your opinion, but just a clarification on the process, is that I just wanted to distinguish the work of DPS trial staff versus the work of myself and Judge Costello, in that we're presiding over the case, and DPS staff is among the various parties that participate. But when the parties enter into settlement, it is a confidential process. And so we see an end product coming out. So I just wanted to distinguish that to acknowledge that we're not involved in the negotiations or part and parcel to it. We are reviewing that document when it comes in and ensuring that all parties have an opportunity to be heard with regards to the proposal that was reached by the parties.
Okay, but Judge Moreno, it is correct, though, that when Con Edison submits their initial proposal, you make sure that the back and forth that happens, but it is based on the starting point of their original proposal. That does start the process, correct?
Sure. The rate filing begins the process of review, and it is the beginning of the case, so to speak, is when they come in and file that document and the rate request. And at that point in time, that's when the parties come into the process, and those different parties have the opportunity to scrutinize the filing, ask lots of questions to better understand what's being proposed and the justifications for it, and that's what informs the process for DPS staff and other parties in forming their cases.
Okay. So there was a document that Con Edison initially put in that said that they are in fact requesting a gas annual delivery revenue increase of 28.1% and a electric of 17.6% delivery. And the monthly bill increase, if that was the starting point, was average 13.1% on the electric side and 15% monthly bill increase on the gas side.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
And Commissioner, we appreciate your position on this, but we thank you for your recognition of the work that both the ALJs and the staff trial team do in these cases. Thank you.
I don't want my position in any way to be interpreted as a criticism of all of the work that all of you have done in any way.
And we don't take it that way. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on to Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. This is my second Con Ed case as a commissioner. But I just first want to say is there are things that we do at the department does, and this is what we do best. Rate cases, line by line analysis, back and forth with the company, hundreds of thousands of pages of testimony, charts, graphs, everything from the union review, the union contract, to commodity purchases by the company, you name it. It's all scrutinized penny by penny. But I want to ask some questions about the things that weren't talked about in this case. Why weren't they talked about in this case? Because it is the case and the department have no control over. And that first thing is, and it is taxes. Taxes. And particularly the very unique, and I would say, well, I'll hold my comments for what I think later. But if somebody could, we start with this thing, a third of the increase of the request was related to property tax increases, correct? Over the course of the rate base. So, right. So on the electric side, we start negotiations with a third off the table. So a third of the money is just not even there. We can't, it's not part of the negotiations. So what we have seen as at the end from the request to now, the halving of the request was halving of the roughly two-thirds that was left that we could negotiate on. There were other mandated charges there, but let's, up for generous sake, we'll say two-thirds of the case is what we could talk about and what the negotiations and the settlement was about. So the things that in there, because it's another question in terms of New York City. In the out years of this, are we projecting that the levy stays flat? And what would happen if the property tax or any other tax levy was increased during the period of this settlement?
Yeah, I believe we did forecast to be flat, and the growth is due to the increase in plan in the out years.
However, that doesn't mean it's going to be flat. If the city council in their wisdom wants to raise that levy, that is again outside whatever happens in this case, correct?
That's true.
And at the same time, on the other side of that coin, should in their wisdom they want to decrease levies, how would that effectuate itself?
So if they decrease the tax rate?
Correct.
Still property tax expense would go down, but we have a reconciliation mechanism for property taxes. So most of that money would go back to customers.
So they reduce the levy and bills go down.
Yeah, they would defer that for the benefit of ratepayers.
I have a copy of a letter that was signed last week by the New York City Council, 36 members, New York City Council, decrying and asking us to reject this settlement proposal. One of the phrases, we are confident Con Ed could afford to forego a runaway revenue increase. During the recently passed New York City budget, which I followed relatively closely, there was no debate on the property tax levy and other associated levies that the city of New York charges Con Ed ratepayers. None. There weren't amendments. There was nothing. So, which is roughly, if you just remind me how much of an average bill, Tim, is just that property tax number.
So on the electric side, it's about 21%, and on the gas side, about 15%.
So, and I agree that there are many, many folks who are in a terrible affordability crisis. And to a person, the elected officials, both in the city council and the state legislature, all asked for us to reject this settlement. Not one suggested, well, we could be part of the process to get bills lower. We could lower people's taxes. Taxes, by the way, that you don't see enumerated in the bill. That 21%, there's no line, 21% property taxes to New York City. It's not there. It's for those that said the hidden cost. They made reference to the hidden cost of the return on equity to shareholders. That was hidden. I would suggest that this was a bigger hide. You needed a bigger place to put this down and not talk about it. And also, it's important to understand how property taxes are done in New York State. The city of New York can't unilaterally, and did not unilaterally, put in a 4-tier property tax system. They had to pass a home rule in the city council. Then it had to go to the state legislature for approval of that home rule that would allow this property tax system to be implemented. So it's not just the folks who ultimately produce the annual levy. It's also the enablers in the state legislature that allow that tax to be implemented in the current way on the front end. So again, it is awful. And the back of the envelope calculation I have, if I'm a typical Con Ed ratepayer who is a electric and gas heating customer, at the end of this rate case, nearly $1,000 a year, $1,000 a year will go to the city of New York in taxes, and to some extent Westchester. $1,000. I submit that if the city council and the state legislature were really concerned about affordability, they could act today. As a matter of fact, I would hope they would come in tomorrow and change the levy. And then we could work on how we get that money back to ratepayers. They could do it retroactively and credit ratepayers and credit the company. Because anybody who believes that this somehow, we're going to tax Con Ed and the shareholders pay. No, these are taxes that ratepayers pay. The shareholders, they pay their taxes in a different way, but not through the bill. Ratepayers pay the taxes through the bill. It is just onerous, and it has to stop. If we were here today saying the state of New York decides in their wisdom they want to tax the Con Ed the way the city of Buffalo taxes National Grid, we would be celebrating double-digit rate decreases. So, and the other aspect of this, which I find the most pernicious, and I think is going to be really telling going forward, the company has been very upfront about their estimates on what it will cost the company in terms of capital spending to meet the CLCPA mandates. Been very upfront about that. They indicated that the current electric CapEx spending of nearly $3 billion will need to go to $10 billion. But we'll debate about that and we'll see when it comes. But what won't change is that for every new dollar they spend on real property and CapEx to expand the electric system, there is an boomerang of even greater revenue to the city of New York for that expense. So as we clean up the environment, we put in this automatic enrichment to the city of New York. It is preposterous. We can stop. If we can't stop looking back, we certainly can stop going forward and not try to penalize ratepayers for nearly paying their bill and the company for meeting the mandates under our climate law. It is beyond, it vexes me. And by the way, there is no utility in the United States of America that comes close to this tax levy. Not even close. There is no utility in the state of New York, except for some water companies in Long Island, that come even close to this sort of onerous tax levy. And the irony is, when I ask personally members of the city council or members of the state legislature, how much do you think Con Ed, the city of New York, takes out of Con Ed on your bill? Oh, 5%, 6%. When I tell them it's like in excess of 25%, they go, oh, no, that's not possible. It absolutely is possible. It happens every day. And we could do something about that. And for those elected officials who are deeply concerned and rightly concerned about affordability, then do something. Also remember that utility bills are the least progressive way to raise money you could even imagine. Poor folks, middle-income folks, they pay the same tax that very wealthy people. No graduation in that. So the income burden of these taxes is disproportionate the lower your income. And I don't see any real change coming in this just blatantly hypocritical position, particularly of the city council of the city of New York. Either they don't want to know or they just don't want to tell you. But I'm here to tell you, people need to know. There has been much written, many editorials, again this week in the New York Daily News, about the ongoing need to reform the New York City real property tax system. And I will believe them, it absolutely needs to be done. However, know what they didn't mention in here? They didn't talk about utility taxes as one of the things that need desperate reform. It is the thing that needs to happen and can happen tomorrow. And to my good friends in the state legislature, if the city council won't do it, you can. You could change unilaterally that 4-tier tax system. You could revoke it. You could improve it. You could modify it, with or without home rule. And I would beg them to do that. Another question I have, Tim, if I live in Westchester, do my bills reflect how much the city of New York taxes Con Ed?
Yes, they do.
So if I live in Westchester, one could say, if I pay my Con Ed bill every year, I'm in fact subsidizing the city of New York because I'm paying more than I would have that if Con Ed happened, all that infrastructure was exclusively in New York, in Westchester County, right?
That's correct.
But it's all a bundled revenue requirement.
Yes.
So, and I find it particularly ironic that, my good friend, the majority leader of the state Senate, who asked us not to do this rate increase, I do not believe that she's aware that her constituents subsidize the city of New York through their electric bill, of all things. So, again, I appreciate the hard work that everybody did. This is much lower outcome than initially presented. But boy, oh boy, we could do something about it. Not people in this room, but people in the gray building across the street or in the big gray building in downtown Manhattan. They could do it tomorrow. And I just would like to see how they're going to respond, because I can guess is right in my heart. We're going to take this vote, and the howls will start coming from all over. Well, I suggest that the wolves quiet down and maybe do something on their own volition and lower bills for people in the city of New York and Westchester County. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just mention that we're a little confused about the letter that the commissioners received from the City Council, because the City of New York authorized their legal representatives in the rate case to sign on to the joint proposal as a proponent. So they actually signed on to the joint proposal to support it and then sent a letter to the commissioners afterwards.
That's my observation as well, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you for that bit of information.
Could I just clarify, just to make sure I understand what the ALJ was asking? That's the mayor's office and city council. Would that be two different people signing and or opposing?
The city attorneys that appear before us represent themselves as representing the city of New York. They don't make a difference between what part of the city government they're representing, and it's just confusing to us.
Okay, it might be that the mayor's office approves. Bob, you're going to weigh in?
Yeah, the mayor's office is the one that signed the agreement, not the city council as a separate legal entity.
Yeah, well, the attorneys for the law firm signed it, but yeah, thank you. That just was interesting.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Valesky.
Well, there are days when Commissioner Howard is a tough act to follow, and today is one of them. I can assure you of that. Well, Judge Costello, Judge Moreno, thank you very much for the process in which you led, and thanks to everyone on Team DPS who spent an awful lot of time, a lot of hours, I'm sure a lot of late nights on this case. And I was intending on spending a little bit of time on the process itself, but it's been covered at length by many previous speakers. So I'll just say that I'm happy to stand up and stand behind the process that you both led. I think it has been a tried and true process for decades, and I think it has worked again in this case. I did just want to ask two questions. One specific to this case, and either Judge Costello or Judge Moreno or one of the program staff perhaps could answer. So I have in the past commented on previous items in regard to the issue of alternative fuels, and this is addressed in this case specifically in regard to renewable natural gas. And I appreciate the attention that was given in this order to what the CLCPA says about alternative fuels and what the CLCPA does not say about alternative fuels. And I emphasize that because throughout the entire Climate Action Council process, a similar back and forth took place. So I appreciate that you have included that here. The question I have, though, is, and I'll just go, Judge Costello, to your comments that I just wanted to follow up on. You had said in recommending that the Commission adopt the joint proposal, subject to the additional requirements regarding the filing in Con Ed's next rate case of a comprehensive summary of charges appearing on customer bills and associated impacts and reporting requirement regarding interconnection projects to receive renewable natural gas. I'm just curious as to, I support it, but I'm curious as to the addition of those additional reporting requirements. Was that included in the JP, or was that outside of the JP? And why did we do? Why are you recommending that we do those additional reporting requirements?
Outside of the JP, and it's so that we can get information on the GHG emissions that might be affected through this interconnection process. So that's what we're trying to get information that is important to know about GHG emissions.
Okay, I think that's, again, a good add. It's important to add to the record and to the overall issue of how alternative fuels are addressed or not addressed, not only here but in other aspects of state government. The only other question I have, and perhaps Chief Judge Leakakes, you could answer it. It doesn't directly relate to this case. However, it does relate to the company that brought this rate case. I know that the company has also filed a steam rate case, and I'm just curious as to where, again, I know that doesn't impact anything we're doing today, but I'm just curious as to where that is in the process, since it is the same company.
Right. So in the steam rate case that appears, that is before our office, we have 2 administrative law judges assigned to that case. The procedural steps that Judges Moreno and Judge Costello mentioned before about the testimony exchange has been completed in that case, and they are now in settlement negotiations right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Majori.
Thank you very much. I have a series of questions that I prepared, which I'm going to get to. Before I do that, though, I have to comment on what Commissioner Howard pointed out about the property tax. He has made this point before, and I think he makes it in a very compelling way. And I'm not going to question. I think this is not a question; it's a statement. I believe that New York City collects about $2.7 billion from the property tax levied against Con Ed, which is roughly 4 times the size of the entire Albany County annual budget, which is where I'm from, Albany County. And Commissioner Howard mentioned that it is a very regressive way to collect revenue for municipal services. And I'm not going to question the need for the revenue from municipal services, but I would just point out that a municipality has the ability to increase more progressive methods of collecting revenue. The income tax is more progressive. A residential sales tax is more progressive. A sales tax is more progressive. Even user fees, depending on how they're applied, are more progressive. And I know municipalities employ all these methods. New York City has a income tax. And it would be conceptually easy, maybe politically difficult, to replace the extremely regressive property tax that's translated into inflated rates that have no regard for the ability to pay, with a more progressive way of raising the same amount of revenue. So I wasn't prepared to say that beforehand. If I'm not being terribly articulate, I just would like to echo the point that Commissioner Howard made. But with that, I'm going to pivot to a series of questions I have, and let me just explain why I'm going to ask these questions. As the chair indicated in the beginning, there's an enormous number of people that participated in this process. Thousands of people commented. As the chair did, I sat in on public statement hearings and heard heartfelt commentary by ratepayers who are going to be affected by the outcome of our vote today in a profound way that we can't minimize. There's a lot of issues that have been raised, both by parties that are very sophisticated and had input that really changed the ultimate outcome, but also ordinary citizens that are just concerned about either how much they're paying or what they're getting for what they're paying. And most of the questions I'm going to ask, the answers can be found either in the order or the JP, but these documents are necessarily complicated. They're necessarily dense. And I'm going to highlight some of the many, many issues that were raised through the public participatory process with an assumption that more people are paying attention to this proceeding than pay attention to our typical proceedings. So with that said, I'm going to first start by asking a series of questions related to the CLCPA, and then I'm going to pivot to some additional questions that are not related to the CLCPA. Many of the concerns raised about this JP had to do with natural gas and the replacement of gas-prone pipes. So let me start by asking a sort of a very general question. Does the CLCPA ban the use of natural gas either now or at a future date? Does it say anything about the use of natural gas per se? Does it require the reduction in the use of natural gas? And I'm asking specifically about the CLCPA.
The CLCPA does not have, ban the use of natural gas. It requires that there be a certain level of GHG reductions by certain dates, which will require a downsizing in the natural gas system. That's recognized, but it's not stated in the CLCPA itself, and it's not, it's not banned by the CLCPA, the continued use of natural gas.
Thank you. Some of the parties, Pulp, AARP, and others, objected to EAMs for the company doing what is legally obliged under the CLCPA. How is that justified?
Well, it is basically not business as usual. It's going over and beyond. And just to use as an example, the EEBE EAM that's included in the JP would need to be in excess of the targets in order for them to earn. They would have to exceed the targets of the NENY proceeding in order to earn in that instance.
And I just would add to that, it's not only for that particular EAM, it wouldn't only be exceeding those new efficiency New York targets to earn the EAM. That's kind of just the absolute minimum gateway to then look at the EAM metric and see if the utility met that deeper energy savings metric.
Thank you. Okay. Some of the same commenters expressed concern that the JP does not require Con Ed to apply for all available funding from the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Why is that?
Well, we can't tell you why the joint proposal does or does not contain certain provisions, because that is something that's the product of negotiations, which are confidential. But there's policy staff who may be able to expand on what the Department of Public Service is doing with respect to the utility applications for that funding. And I'll reference to Jessica Waldorf.
This is Jessica Waldorf. Several months ago, the chair directed the utilities to aggressively apply for any available and applicable federal grants for the various projects that they may be undertaking. We've since been tracking those utility applications and providing support, where needed, but that remains an ongoing effort, and the department is actively, making sure that the utilities are going after those funds. So it's being tracked separately, more generically across all utilities. Yeah. Not just to focus on any one in particular.
Great. Okay. So going back to the language of the CLCPA, does it say anything about the replacement of leak-prone pipes? And what about the gas planning procedure? What or other relevant state policies? What's our guidance, or what are our legal requirements about leak-prone pipes? I'm sorry.
I'm happy to take that one as well. This is Jessica. Very similar to the response earlier on the CLCPA not explicitly banning gas. The CLCPA also doesn't explicitly mention measures like leak-prone pipes. However, leak-prone pipes are a source of emissions reductions, and reducing leaks historically has been viewed as both having a safety and an environmental benefit. There certainly have been challenges that have been identified in terms of the need to downsize the gas system and reduce overall reliance on fossil fuels. And so certainly as the system is downsized, sales will reduce, costs on the remaining customers will go up. And so long as there are gas customers, we have to ensure that the system that is serving them is safe. And so leak-prone pipe measures, again, they do provide an environmental benefit, but importantly provide a very needed safety and reliability benefit.
Okay. So does the company make money off of installing new pipes or replacing the leak-prone pipes? And if so, is there a risk that the company will replace pipes that are not in fact leak-prone?
Well, the draft order addresses this issue by, explains that there's not an incentive, as it's structured in the JP, there's not an incentive for the company to pursue leak-prone pipe replacement instead of non-pipe alternative projects. The JP specifically provides that leak-prone pipe retired through the implementation of a non-pipe alternative will count towards the company's LLP removal targets. And it also contains cost recovery and incentive mechanisms that will ensure that the company does not have a financial incentive to replace leak-prone pipe instead of removing or abandoning abandoning such pipe and replacing it with a non-pipe alternative.
I also want to add that the commission has, or the department has, gas safety field staff that regularly audit the company's pipelines to make sure that the pipe that they're removing qualifies for that leak-prone pipe removal and replacement program. So we do monitor that.
Okay, so given the answers to the last two questions, why wouldn't we want to replace all leak-prone pipes?
Hi, Spicer. So as a general matter, the Commission's policy on leak-prone pipe is to replace it as quickly as possible. But in doing that, we also have to keep in mind the rate implications of that, and other safety factors. And for that, I'd say, for example, we would need to we want to make sure that the available workforce and qualified workforce does not outpace the need and the replacement levels, because we don't want to essentially introduce another version of leak-prone pipe, just a newer version of leak-prone pipe.
Okay. Is it true that other, I'm sorry. Is someone else going to say something? Okay. Is it true that other JPs for other utilities have specific reduction targets? And if so, why not this one?
Again, this is Kevin Spicer. Yes, some of the other rate cases do have reduced, when you look at historical replacement levels, we have reduced those a little bit, but they are much further along in their replacement programs than Con Edison is. The distribution integrity management rule requires companies to mitigate risk and take preventative measures to mitigate risk. So with the other companies that have a lower inventory of leak-prone pipe, their other things are raising to the top of the risk profile, and that those would be things like regulator stations and things like that. Right now, Con Edison's the leak-prone pipe at Con Edison is a much higher risk than those concerns right now.
Okay. So some of the comments indicated, or seemed to indicate, if I understood them, that investments in fortifying and replacing leak-prone pipes are the, quote, primary driver of the proposed increase in gas rates. Is this correct?
That is not correct. As Department of Public Service staff explained, in rate year one, the primary rate driver on the gas side is the significant decrease in forecasted gas demand between the last rate case and this rate case. And in rate years 2 and 3, property taxes are the largest drivers.
Okay. That I think you anticipated my next question, so I'm going to skip it. Thank you. Does and you answered this several times, that the JP does not accept the gas rate plan as submitted by Con Ed. So I'm not going to ask that again. I'm going to pivot from the gas and CLCPA questions to a couple others. Many of the comments had some version of an objection to the high salaries of Con Ed executives. Why don't we require executive salaries to be lowered?
So, Commissioner, this is Jeff Hogan. Generally, we review executive compensation to check if it's set in a manner that's consistent with how such compensation is set throughout the industry. We want to make sure that it's high enough to attract personnel who have the experience and expertise to run complex business, such as a large utility in New York. It's important to note that what is recovered in rates regarding executive compensation is just a fraction of the total compensation that is paid to executives of utilities. For instance, in the Con Ed's situation here, it's 36% of executive compensation is being recovered from customers. The rest is being borne by shareholders. The amount that's borne by shareholders is a very small piece of the revenue requirement. In this case, actually, I would say Con Ed in general, it's about 0.22 of 1% of total revenue requirement is made up of executive compensation costs, and that trend is true statewide. We about 40 or so percent each year of executive comp is picked up by ratepayers. The rest is borne by shareholders, and it's a very, very small piece of the revenue requirement model. But we do need to make sure that they have the correct people for the job.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. But along those lines, many of the comments that I've read or heard expressed a concern that shareholders are not carrying a fair rate, a fair weight as compared to ratepayers. Why do we care about shareholders' interests? Shouldn't they eat more of the expenses? Didn't they make a record profit from their investments in Con Ed over the last year or recent years?
So, Commissioner, this is Jeff Hogan again. I'll attempt to answer that for you. Commissioner Berman spoke of one of the prongs that need to be considered is fairness to investors. It's important that we have returns for the shareholders for their investments that are sufficient to allow them to continue to raise capital at reasonable rates. The utilities make significant investments each year in infrastructure. In New York total, each year it's a couple $2 billion of investment has to be made. In order to make that level of investment, additional debt and equity needs to be issued every year. If we want them to be able to continue to make the required investments in the system for it to be safe and reliable, we need to make sure that they have continued access to that capital. That access comes about by having returns that are attractive to investors. We don't want it to be higher than what other options are out there, utilities examples, but we need to be competitive with those. And there's been multiple Supreme Court rulings on this, in terms of what's required. So that's what I would say in terms of why the return on equities are what they are. I understand that the dollar amounts can be very large. You can hear headlines of a company making $1 billion. That company, though, has invested, the shareholders of that company have invested $12, $13 billion in the system. That's how much they're out of pocket, let's say. $1 billion return on $12 or $13 billion is 8-point-something%. That's below the nationwide average. A lot of discussion has occurred here about the need to balance things, about compromise. We spent a lot of time in our rate cases trying to balance the need to provide a high enough level of return for investors with the impact it has on customers. We've also spoken several times, commissioners have spoken several times about the financial difficulties customers are experiencing, the rebounding that's still occurring. So we try and balance the need to have a return sufficient to attract capital with the impact it's going to have on customers. New York authorizes some of the lowest ROEs in the country. Generally here we have a 9.2, 9.6, 9.7% is common throughout the country at this moment. And these returns are not guarantees. The utilities need to perform well. They need to perform to their targets that are in the rate case in terms of budgets in order to earn that return. If they fail to do so, they will under-earn, they will earn less. If they happen to cut costs and are able to earn more, then there's almost every single rate plan out there, except for NFG having been a litigated one-year case mentioned earlier from 2016, all have earnings sharing mechanisms. If the utilities are able to cut costs and are able to earn a little bit extra, at some point customers start to share in those in those savings, and those lower costs eventually find their way through the discussion earlier about historic test year as a lower cost historic test year, and customers benefit going forward. So that's what I would state. I don't know if I've explained it well for you.
No, very well. Thank you. You don't need to answer this, but I wonder why an investor would invest in Con Ed rather than one of those utilities at a state that allows for a higher ROE. But I'm not going to actually ask that as a question.
Commissioner,
I am going to ask one last. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to opine. It can seem counterintuitive of why it would. There are a lot of risk reductions. So when we talk about reconciliations, Tim Canty spoke earlier about reconciled property taxes, et cetera. we do have some risk mitigation factors out there that help, but it's always another balancing act.
Okay, thank you. I understand. So here's my final question. New York City, in its official commentary, asserts that impacts of rate increases are not clear in consideration of surcharges. We've discussed some of that earlier in the day. We are directing Con Ed to do so for the next rate case. Why can't we provide this information now?
Well, I think that the comment by New York City and also several other parties to the case were really in an interest in providing context to what the rate impact would be in light of the entire bill that a customer is responsible for. So I think it may help in a future rate case to provide different parties with an opportunity to consider how rates will impact a total customer bill. Here, in light of the decision that the commission will be making today, it may be of less use to those parties, and that's why we were looking at it prospectively.
Okay, thank you very much. So these aren't the only issues that were raised through the participatory process, but I selected these because I thought that they were worth getting the types of concise, clarifying answers that you have provided today. I think that that's of value to the public. So to the extent that I'm not asking certain questions, that's why I focused on these. I will stipulate an agreement with the point that my colleague to the left of me raised earlier about the initial proposal coming from the utility, but also as Commissioner Berman and Commissioner Howard indicated, I think once the rate case gets into your hands, there's not a whole lot that this agency does better than manage this process. And I'm continually impressed that it's a thorough, it's a participatory, it's a public process, and it produces a result that no one likes. And as I've said before, none of my colleagues, nor do I, want to raise rates, but I think that it's part of our job to choose among the least onerous of options. So we have to pay for readiness. We have to pay for safety and reliability, and we need to pay for the conversion to renewable energy sources. So as painful as this rate is going to be, I'm going to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. And with that, we'll call for a vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendation to adopt the terms of the joint proposal as discussed. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Elisi?
Yes.
Commissioner Edwards?
No.
Commissioner Edwards?
No. I said no.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Commissioner Valesky?
Yes.
Commissioner Majori?
Yes.
Okay. Votes are in. The item is approved. Recommendations are adopted. Thank you, judges. Appreciate your support and help in getting this through. Okay. With that, we'll now move to the consent agenda. Do any commissioners wish to comment on or recuse from voting on any of the items in the consent agenda? I'll begin with Commissioner Berman.
Item 163, which is a Section 7D to approve a lease for certain real property in the village of Sag Harbor to 11 Bridge Street. I am a no on this. The standard here is it in the public interest? Looking at the totality of the record, I see that the village, a number of officials, have raised significant concerns with this, and the order seeks to give the approval to National Grid with two caveats, which is one, don't do anything until after the summer season, so do this come the fall, which seems to me to try to get around people who will clearly being noticed immediately that there might be a difference, a different issue now. And then the second is the order says that the village and the parties in 11 Bridge Street should work together to try to figure out some solution. To me, that seems backwards. I think in the public interest, we have an obligation to try to not get involved in the issues ahead of time. Could actually be written that it has to come after there is some perhaps viable resolution with the village. It seems unfortunate that the village, who's had a longstanding relationship on this issue with the company, is now being left to have to deal with it from a zoning perspective and other. We've dealt with that before. In this case, because we have the discretion to decide if it's in the public interest, I don't believe, for me, that it is in the public interest, and so I vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Elisi?
No, I have no comments. We're moving on the whole agenda.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I don't think your mic, or maybe you could move your mic a little closer. Oh, I don't think they heard you. Would you mind saying it again?
Reiterate, no comments. I'll be voting on the whole agenda as quickly as possible, I might add.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
I have two items. I am a no on 163, and I am recusing on 368.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
I am a no on item 368, consistent with my previous votes.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
No comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Majori?
Yes, I am going to comment on item 163. I was maybe a little on the bubble on this, and my concern is that the village's opposition is not just the village opining on what they think we should do on a matter in our purview, but what they're essentially saying, as I understand it, is that this decision runs up against what they're trying to do that is within their purview, having to do with land use and zoning. So the dilemma for me has to do with the definition of public interest, and my review of similar past cases is that we've consistently defined the public interest as it relates to the ratepayer rather than the host community in this case, and that is a very quantifiable assessment. In this case, the winning bid is redounds to the benefit of the ratepayer in a quantifiably better way than the village's losing bid. Nonetheless, I very respectful of the role of the village government here, and I think that they have an enormous leverage from the tools that they have control over, and that delay until mid-September before the transfer takes effect should allow time for the village and the leasee to work out a fair and mutually beneficial arrangement. Commissioner Berman articulated some of the same concerns that I have, but I'm falling on the other side and voting yes. Other than that, I have no other comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. So with that, we'll bring this to a vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendations on the consent agenda. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
I vote yes, except for item 163. I'm a no.
Thank you. Commissioner Alisi?
Yes on all items.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
I am a yes on all items with the exception of 163, where I am a no, and 368, I am recusing.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
I'm a yes on all items except item 368, where I am a no.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
Yes on all items.
Commissioner Majori?
Yes on all items.
Thank you. The items are approved and the recommendations are adopted. Madam Secretary, is there anything else to come before us today?
There is nothing further.
And with that, I adjourn. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.